with the switching of considering how important, for example, internet is for several people, because that is how a lot of things are managed. For example, dealing with communications for between companies and customers and so on. Paying your stuff and so much more. So they really should prioritize fixing internet when it goes down. You have to sub to Hato to have that emote. Well, yeah. Tuki knows it. Tuki just likes to use the emotes currently not available. Just for the fun of it. Thank you for following Smagma Cheese Pull. Wait, what's a cheese pull? That almost sounds like a food thing. What's going to be for dinner today? Well, we were thinking of having some cheese pull if you would like that. Cookbox says 25 stream streak. Whoa! Fun, fair enough, because does the stream streak show up on the on-screen chat? Because it's a new feature. It's not a new feature, but it's a new feature on my stream. But I haven't actually checked if it is working with the on-screen chat. Hello, Puerto girl. Nods because I don't have anything to say that doesn't sound offensive. Well, at least you're honest. Could always say that. I mean, to be fair, sometimes you just want to say something, but you can't say it because it just sounds offensive, even though you don't mean to be offensive. And then Tukebox is like, well, I would mean to be offensive, but I don't want to show it. No, it's fully understandable. What a stare. Whoa, so much happened there. Elegant dress. Cute bunny. Oh, apparently. Who is Remian? Who knows who Remian is? I was a good happy bunny, now I'm a sad bunny. But now, when the outfit returns, you won't feel as naked. That's not... What do you mean? Thank you for liking, Never. Most I've been without electricity has been like a few hours, maybe less. Yeah. Most I've been without electricity is 4 days, I think it was. Yeah, it really shows the difference in cultures, I guess. I don't know where Never is from. Never has probably told me. But I never remember. I know even if Never has told me, I don't know if Never has told that in public. So I wouldn't still be able to say anything. You know. So, cheese pulls are a real thing. You pull cheese from a grilled cheese. What's a grilled cheese then? Is that cheese you have grilled? How would you grill cheese? Wouldn't that just melt through the land on the coal? Cheese covered coal, and then you munch on that. Yeah, I wouldn't want that kind of cheese. What? Oh, now I get it. Oh, from a quote, grilled cheese, unquote. That word is slang for something something gross. If you say so, I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm best to not know what it is. 373 coupons. Yeah, I didn't actually get it. I don't get it. I'm innocent. I suspect. Don't you know what that is? Let's see what. 2 bucks. You have points to spend. Spend them. No, but you're in second points in the VIP score. This thing. Orimin is in 0 points place. Wait, shouldn't I have put Orimin in the -1 point place? I need to make the leaderboard again. Which shows your positions. Of course, for Urimian, Ponpon, and some others, that will be a hyphen, showing that you don't have a position. You will still be in the list, though. Grilled cheese is a sandwich. Why wouldn't you call it a cheese? With a lot of. Why wouldn't you call it? Wait. For some reason, I feel like some grilling comes with that. If it's just a sandwich with a lot of cheese, why would you call it a grilled cheese? It's just a sandwich with a lot of cheese. Well, I mean, English is weird. Like how some people insist that it is not a chicken burger, it is a chicken sandwich. Okay. Why? If you have a if you have beef, it's a burger. If you have a fish, it's a fish burger. If you have a chicken, no, it's not a chicken burger because apparently not. And then someone's like, well, it has to be minced meat. Well, what if it's a minced chicken patty in a buns? Is it not a chicken burger at that point? I mean, I'm not like I can get that if you have like a non-minced. You can mince chicken, right? If it's like a non-minced piece of chicken between breads, you wouldn't really call that a burger. I could see that, but wouldn't that apply to everything then? If you have a beef that is not minced, that wouldn't be a burger either. But that's not what we're talking about when we're saying chicken burger. Yeah, as I said, when it comes to people using terms for seeing people are just weird. You definitely don't want to know what it is. Okay, that's good. That I don't know. I mean, so I don't get it. They say grilled, but you actually fry it. Oh, wait, fry? So it's a fried sandwich. Fried cheese doesn't sound great. Why not? Although you should say fried cheese sandwich. It's not just fried cheese. Because beef burger was originally made with a hamburger steak, as in Hamburg. With chicken, it's not a hamburger steak. Yeah, but you have fish burger. That's not what people are saying. People are saying it's not a chicken burger because it's not minced. Even though you can have minced cheese, minced. Yeah, that's why you shorten it to burger, not a hamburger. Because burger is not a hamburger. A burger is a wider. Like I could have said if someone said chicken hamburger or something like that. I always know it as fish sandwich. Well, I still haven't seen that argument, but I guess if people keep saying that too. But wouldn't someone be able to point out, well, a sandwich is actually referring to this thing? It can't be a fish or a chicken. So you can't call it a chicken sandwich or a fish sandwich either. Hamburg in Finland is a hampuri. And so now I know why it is hampurilainen hamburger, literally. Yeah. That is what is known as a kalk. You take the Like, what is the what is the Finnish word for football? Is that a compound of different words or something? Because a football in several languages is just a combination of the word foot and a ball, because it has been calqued from the English term football. Calquing is kind of like you reconstructing the word or the compound in a different language following the same origin of the same like construction of the word. Jalkapallo. Jalka is foot and pallo is ball. Yeah, there we go. It's just a calque of the English word. If you were to look that up, it would probably say on the dictionary. If I look that up on Wiktionary, there we go. It probably says like, yeah, calque of English football. Jalka is foot and pallo is ball. And jalkapallo would be oh, it's being silly now. I don't even know if modern beef burgers even use hamburger steak. What even is a hamburger steak? I need to look that up. Hamburger steak. A popular dish in Japan. That's not what I searched for. Hamburg steak is a patty or ground beef made popular worldwide by migrant Germans. Are you sure it's the migrant Germans who made it popular everywhere? Okay, so it's just... Okay, so it's that circular ground beef patty that is a Hamburg steak. I don't know the technicalities. They don't even know where it came from. I guess they come in different thickness too. I mean, who says how thick it should be? So anyway, working. Oh, okay, minced beef patty, not that particular cut of beef. Yeah, it was as far as I could treat. And a burger by extension, because that's not uncommon for it to happen in many languages, is that you have a term that means a specific things, and then you take a shortening of that term to refer to to make it more general and keep it in the full term as the more specific, such as in hamburger, referring to beef. And then to take off the first part and just call it a burger to not be a beef and could be anything. And then you call it, for example, chicken burger if it has the same shape as a hamburger but it's made out of chicken. This becomes a bit weird if you make such a burger out of ham, which would mean it's a hamburger but not a hamburger, because a hamburger is beef but a hamburger is ham. This is only causing an issue in English and other languages as that might call it a ham too. It wouldn't be any in Swedish, for example. Because when I hear steak, I think of a slice, but not minced piece of meat. Yeah, it was kind of, that's kind of what I'm also thinking, but it showed that's not what I found though. Okay, now I need to look at what a steak is then. Steak. It's a wooden pot. No. A steak is a cut of meat sliced across muscle fibers, sometimes including a bone. It is normally grilled or fried and can be diced or cooked in sauce. Okay, but the English term steak is a cognate with the Swedish word steka, which does not mean the same thing. It's related to cooking. But yeah, it's only referring to cut beef meat, but not minced. So if a type of minced, what would you prefer the well-known beef steaks dishes include blah blah blah. Steak meat is also often minced, shredded, or chopped finely. Or form to create a range of dishes that retain the name steak. Okay, so here they're kind of implying that it would not be a steak, but it's still called steak because it comes from a steak, I guess. Which is at all not confusing. Interesting. So yours. So what you consider is a steak seems to be what a steak is supposed to be. So there. So yeah. Do. Thank you for plushie. I haven't added any new ones. Doesn't. What takes time is actually making a 3D model. I have to make the pon what 3D model. But I don't like. I'm like. Problem with the using the Vroid model. No, Janette should be here and listen to my complaints. Is that the base model you can use is terrible. It allows you to like change shape and stuff like that, so I can adjust it upon one's proportions. But you can only change the height of the character. You can only change the width of certain parts, which is the shoulders and the hips. You cannot change the shape of the waist or the chest. You cannot also not change, so you can't choose how curvy the character should be, and the base model is way too curvy, so it looks weird when I'm trying to use it for pon. You can't change the thickness of arms or legs, but you can change the size of hands and feet, which looks really strange. So I can make the hands match Ponpon's hand size, but then the arms are really thin. It just looks silly. And after adjusting all the proportions, the body just looks so strange. Because the body just don't have the thickness that Ponpon should have. And nothing looks alright, so I basically had to recreate the whole model from scratch anyway. I tried to do that, but I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it. I'll still give it a try and see how it turns out. And I can take some feedback too. Because I said it's 3D model should be a good replacement for the 2D model. I don't want anyone to feel like, nah, this looks terrible. And then I have to deal with Vinian, which is going to be a hassle. Okay. But no, I'm not gonna punch you. Come here, I'll punch you. Bonk. Thank you very much. Gives fun for a warhag space in the track. That was the Remy, not the Blushy. Well, I wish it looked like this, I appreciate. Although it might look like that. I don't know, let me refer to. Like, it is drawn like this. My way is drawn more like that. I'll go with it anyway. Do. Quote, Ponpon can't have wonky stars. Ponpon is already wonky enough. Yeah, this 3D model is looking real wonky. I don't like how it's turning out. However, it's similarly to how I do artworks. Sometimes I don't like how the sketch turns out and I just modify it until it's good. And I will do it here too. So it might turn out alright in the end. But past there could be ugly. But of course, most of the body is going to be covered up with clothes anyway, so you really wouldn't be able to see most of the body anyway. So what it actually looks like might actually not matter that much. But what I probably have to do is set up an alias system of set up a redeem. I'm just afraid that people will barely use the outfits in that case, although people don't use the outfits that often anyway. People are using the outfits and I really appreciate it. But it's more like when people are using the outfits, it's more of a burst of using a bunch of outfits and then there's a pause of not using any outfits. So if I do change how you redeem the outfits, maybe it would actually not change like how often people use the outfits. Because the idea I had was, if I'm going to have like 50 outfits, having 50 outfit redeems is a bit much. So the idea is you have one outfit redeem option where you type the name of the outfit, and that's why I'm saying aliases. Because you can choose what alias you would like to have for a certain outfit. And then you redeem it by just typing the name, and it can be any name you would like. That would make it easy for you to be able to redeem it. Something that you would remember the outfit by. since it can have multiple aliases at the same time. And I will make sure that it allows for typos as well. Something wonky. What? But nice to look and nice to touch, nice to have. Orange swords and a figure. Do you mean Pompon's figure? A Pompon plushie? I am feeling weird today. What's the title? So I hope maybe I'll finish this pose and then I like plan out that comic with those two characters that I want to draw. Those two characters that I want to. I think the plan is currently that they should go and meet up at a cafe. Have some cafe. I don't know what they want. I have a plan for a story. I'm not sure if I have like the full plan though. I think the story is going to be cute. And I should draw it without having to worry too much about shading, because I started without doing shading and then without too shading, but if I'm going to make comics and stuff, a lot of comics are without shading, and that's fair. Like this animation is without shading, for example. Because shading does take time. Ooh, neat star. 8-pointed star. The super form of Ponpon has more stars, and the stars have more points to them. Mechanical positivity for Ponpon. I appreciate positivity for Ponpon. Fika. Would I like some fika? Wait, what are you talking about fika? Oh, you mean they go to the cafe and having some fika? Would you like to have some fika with Ponpon? I did read a streamer whose character is named Fika. I mean, what else do I rate if not streamers? I'm not sure the rating a streamer part. Was necessary. Oh, I didn't any. Okay, it's me like. Like that, I guess. The same thing on this side. Although not in that position. Alright, look at it. Someone looks weird. No, I want it to be below. And then here. One like that. Do it. Like that. I need to set up a erase button. Whoa, Orimi with those highlighted boobs. Are they gonna fika in? So they going to go to a do you fika in Finnish, by the way? They are going to. It's going to be a boy and a girl, and they're going to go to a restaurant, but not together. They are independent. They don't know each other. But they are going to go in there to meet someone else. Well, they're going to meet. They each have a person they're going to meet. What a coincidence! They both went to the same restaurant to. Both were going to meet someone. Well, how often do people go to restaurants and meeting with people to meet people at restaurants? However, the idea is that both the friends doesn't show up. They cancel the meeting. The meeting sounds too fancy. I need to make the face as well. Whoa, with those highlighted boobs. That's going to be. That was a hello, deep Shidiot. Waving the heart. That's going to be awkward searching for Remian's name. It's already awkward searching for Remian's name because there's another code. But yeah. So. And then like they both realize that their friends, both of the one friend they both were going to meet isn't showing up. So they hang out instead. That's the story. That's like the first part of the story, of course. More things will happen. I haven't planned out more than that. But I can come up with more things. There we go. Adding the other white part on the boobs. I don't have the reference of Panpan open. And by reference, I mean the model. We don't really fika in Finland, but it's called Fikaland. No, it isn't. It's Finland. But some people might say fika if we have a cup of coffee. Most people don't use the term fika, but I think that we do fika. Coffee? The true way. Yeah, sounds about right. It's just me not drinking coffee. I'm not into coffee. And I'll also explain my weird experience with people obsession with coffee. There we go, and then I just need to fill. Well, I could use the other picture as a reference. I can also just open. No, I'm just going to fill this, and then I'm done with this pose. As I said, I do want to try that, do the sketch for the comic at least. And see how that goes. Like that. And then I'll see, because everything's in the way. I didn't draw the tongue. Gotta draw the tongue as well. Is that showing up on the original? Actually, it doesn't. But these are showing. Well, I'll draw the pom-pom tongue anyway. Because I want to. Okay, let's open the pom-pom. Boop. Boop. Oh, I forgot to color her boobs. And then I need a dress. And the rest of the dress. Oh, and the panties too. Oh, jeez. I like coffee. That's cool. I respect that. Shows. I do let other people enjoy the things they like. What an idea, right? How dare I? Let's copy. It's hard here. What other rewriting is? Pose 2 is done. Pose 1, pose 2. Oh, it's a full animation here already. I also need coffee. Get yourself some coffee cold. Would you like some cold coffee or some coffee cold? Me too, except if it's that cheap coffee that tastes like battery acid. Okay, Box, you concerned me. Why have you tasted battery acid? I still taste cheap coffee in my mouth, even though I had that like a month ago. Why have you consumed battery acid is my bigger concern. I want to try proper Finnish coffee. Ooh, giggle giggle. Good progress, thank you. I mean, the photo looks a bit weird, but I mean, it's just going to be a quick animation anyway. After those, here's the original frame. This cat girl got some boobs. I heard some people like that. Let me get the next. Wait, I should have it here somewhere. If it is fuller. There we go. Next pose is this one. And I'm saying pose and not frame because it's an important distinction. I have not eaten battery acid. The coffee tastes like how battery acid smells. Why have you consumed battery acid? I didn't scream that. Caps lock. It's probably because when you press the A in add quote, you press held shift, you press exclamation point, you release shift, and then you press the A, but you press A on the left side of the keyboard and press caps lock at the same time. Either that you press caps lock before you press down A, so caps lock was registered before, or that you still held shift and released shift after you fully pressed A, but you also pressed caps lock, but caps lock was after the A. Two ways that could happen. I know I'm going in very much detail here, but this is why there really should be an empty space between the caps lock and the A key, so you actually have to more deliberately press the caps lock. And the caps lock is quite a wide key because the A is shifted to the right. So they could just make it smaller. Like the pose is quite different. And then there's this yellow effect. I will make it too, but since it seems to be geometrically perfect, I will create it in different ways. Yum, battery acid, nummy. You giggle. So much giggling from you, Cold. Yeah, you gotta see her panties. You got white panties. What are those yellow panties? I mean, they're a little bit peach colored. If you were to... Where's the... That is why I keep... There's more of this color. So if you were to take the dress, it's more of this color, and while the panties is more this color. The inside of the dress is this color. The body is this color. Well, at least on the leg. The arm is kind of close. It's some artifacting it goes on to. Like if you take the yellow on this side, it's like this color, but if you take the yellow on this side, like this color, so. Wait, they also have this weird line that goes here next to everything. There's darkening there. I could apply like darkening effect here. Greening. apply this is green effect. I want to no, not again. Kaliko, why? You've been here for so long. This is not like a greeting. This is just to be mean to Pon Pon. At this point. Wait, people are mean to Pon Pon? What a surprise. No, this is making it worse. Oh. Good morning, Pon Pon. Hello, Willie. Willow. Don't mind what I said before. And before I forget, Yuki Box, you concern me. Quote, my boobs are perfectly fine. Do you want to touch them to confirm? You got a pair. Wait, did I do everything? I didn't. Trade rate, okay. If you were to take the dress on it, ma'am. No, that's why. That's why you did it. Oh. Well, you can take her dress instead. I'm not sure. I was gonna say, I'm not sure what she wears under. Well, she is wearing panties. I'm not sure if she has some bra on though. As far as I know, her dress is not coming off in the show. But there's another girl in the show that loses her dress. However, it's under a certain circle. Willie, yeah. Willow, I meant to say. I don't know why I have Willie on my mind. Oh my god, a pizza! Oh my! 8 slices. Squares, that makes a full pizza. That's not it. I mean, it says it's pizza, it doesn't really. 8 units of pizza. It wasn't even me this time. It wasn't. Cold. That cold. You can take her dress off. What? Wait, what are these quotes? I mean, I guess I did say that. I mean, you have a lot of quotes to save here. You didn't even save most of them. I said so many concerning things. It's okay. Fun. Not the worst thing I've been called. Oh, I wonder what you have been called. When someone accidentally mistyped my name and wrote it as porn. So that was a silly typo. I wish I had 8 pizzas right now. 8 units of pizza. Why is that a quote? Quote, because I can't check the pizza because it's eaten. I said so many concerning things. Quoting everything now. Except for the ones you're quoting everything when I'm questioning why you're quoting it, but you're not quoting the things I think you should be quoting. Well, you sure are interesting, Jukebox. I got bullied a lot in school. Oh, I see. Change the Willow to Willow while pretty and stuff. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, yeah, that wasn't really. I mean, I meant like that wasn't what I was considering. Obviously, it's terrible. But I was thinking like on Twitch. Staring face. When I was in school, I was I was being called gay, but I'm bi. So jokes on them, I guess. As I said, I wanted to make that comic. How should I like plan this comic out? Also, here's a song that you probably haven't heard before. Terrible old song you might never heard of. Let's see. I'll make some notes somewhere. of how I would plan this out. We're doing comics. I've done comics before. I mean, all amazing comics. You wanna see my comic? What's the first comic I made? Oh, goes the ads. Can I show a comic before the ad starts? I'll get some water while the ads are playing. Here's my first comic. It's not really, I mean, it's not like comic, I guess. It's just a series of events. But what is a comic if not a series of events? Is that Pon Pon? Oh, no, it isn't. I mean, it's certainly influenced by Pon Pon. I can't say no to that. Hello, Alpen Kalkavan. That streamer doing art. This streamer is doing art. I'm going to do a comic. Let me type that. Comic with 2 cuties. Do I keep misspelling of 2? Nah, let's change that. It's going to be a really silly one. And it's going to cover something. Well, yeah. I wonder if I can fit everything in the first comic. I really need to plan. Oh, yeah, as I'm playing. Okay, be right back. Ow. Oh, neat. Ow. Not so neat. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you very slowly. No, I'm running away. Slowest chase I've ever seen. You're like so close. You can just reach for it with a spear and you'll get it. I see your future. I see a shining light. You're going towards it. You're dead. It was a train. I need to press the first one and the third one. And not touching the second one. Good luck. Have fun on your ride. And don't mind that you crashed 2 times before. It won't happen again. See, you didn't. Oh. Better jump. I mean, technically it did crash 1 more time.
Great lap. You placed last.
Great lap. Oh, you placed last. Yeah. That wasn't any good. This won't do. I suppose I have to loan you a special swimming suit. Oh, are we going to see Clonoa in a swimsuit? It's probably not going to be a swimsuit similar to what Pompon has, though. Oh. But that's not even closing. This was a great disappointment. And even the music cut out. It's just silence. No, timing. I can do this. I can't do this. There you go. Are you happy? Me. It's probably the wrong way. Whoops, it drowned and died. Whoopsie. What new one? The sound hippos make. Oh, the lark is working. Finally, I have succeeded in something. And yes, thank you for the lark. And hi to you too. Alice, nice to see you around. See, that wasn't the exit. That was a one. Okay, now it's going terrible. I got on the chest without flame. Let's see. I'm the great bunny. So let's see. The ad's turn. Okay, let's see. Go through. I've made so many comics I can't even count them with numbers anymore. Wait. Yeah, you run out of the number scale. You're now in the infinity range. We make comics. What have they been about? I'm going to make comics about cute characters. You might like this. So it's going to be 2 characters. Specifically, I want to I mean, so the idea was to draw an Umbrian and a Sylvian in this comic. I could draw like original characters. They're going to be original, but based on those species. But because it's fun. I mean, it's not like I'm going to sell this comic or anything. And I'm going to have some funny. The plan is to have a boy Umbrian and a girl Sylvian. So, time to plan out how the like layout should mean, and not layout, but like how will this work progress? Because they both need to come to this Pokemon cafe. And then like so for example, you can have like an initial panel which is like the establishing shots of the building. This is a very rough sketch. Maybe maybe we have the maybe we have the Sylvian character here. Chat with her friend while going towards the cafe. Maybe the show is the Sylvian one. Here we go. This is how we show that. What a mess of a line here. Okay, let's see what more you're talking about. None of them are finished though. Okay, fine. Yeah, because they're all in English, not Finnish. Sorry about that obvious joke, Chucky Box. Aren't they technically all Finnish? They had a turn, yeah, those star names. You see, Pon, if you go around naked, nobody can look at your underwear. That is true. Absolutely true. Oh, that's not even closing. This was a great disappointment. I have never seen that before. Well, I don't have that many clips, so if you stick around every ad break, you're going to see them all rather quickly. I need more clips. She'll get arrested for nudity though. No, I wouldn't. Not Pon. I mean, Pon doesn't even have features under the clothes. I mean, obviously I would pretend like she has something to cover, but I've been thinking about having. I've been encouraging getting some subs. When you should really reach like a sub goal, and then I'll do like a Pon naked stream. As I said, I still haven't received any numbers from anyone, and I'm in particular looking at Todd here, who should have given me numbers. But everyone is free to give me numbers too. What I'm talking about is that, you know, the redeem for 600 that may or may not change the appearance of Ponton's race. And I was thinking like that one could cost a certain number of bits as well if you don't have enough talent points, you can always spend bits instead and have the redeem being run anyway. So the idea I have is that what if there's a second one which is only bits, not a redeem? I can create a redeem and that states what all the bits costs are. But then there's the one. That's the one I was talking about. But you have like one that is much more expensive in bits, and that will also not only remove the dress but also the underwear. Because I mean, technically this model that is on screen is layered. Like they have the body and then you have the underwear layered on top. So there is actually a body underneath the underwear. But don't look. And same thing with the clothing. So technically she isn't wearing her underwear while the underwear layer while the clothing layer is on top. Because if I were to enable it, if you're curious, if I enable it, you will like see. This is what the actually would look like if she was wearing a bra with this dress. So she isn't wearing the bra with the bra shows up. I was thinking about changing the look of the bra, but I'll probably do that with the 3D model. So yeah, so whatever, if someone has a suggestion on how many bits you want to provide for the underwear effect, and then how much more expensive should it be for the full nude experience. And what's important with the bit redeems is that they do not have cooldowns. So if you want to redeem it multiple times in a row, you're free to do that. If the underwear is on a cooldown, you can still do the bits and it will just override it. The bits will not affect the cooldown. So that's a reason why you could use bits. Also, why is that not a quote, by the way? I don't know, that's not even clothing. This is a great disappointment. That should be a quote. And yeah, I wanted to see Klonoa wear a one-piece swimsuit or a bikini. But I didn't even get anything, not even anything. And then they also made a beach volleyball kind of a game with Klonoa characters, and none of them are wearing swimwear either. He's wearing the full-on multi-layers of clothing out on a hot summer beach, playing a sport. That seems reasonable. You can't prove that. Quote, obviously I would like to see pennies. You don't think I know how law works? I think Jukebox has personal experience in running around naked. Correct. Okay, you know what? Jukebox. I don't know that. We have already been over this. You don't know how law works. You don't seem to know Finnish law. You were like making. There was a few streams ago. You were like making statements like this and this and this and like, well, that doesn't even apply. You're in Finland. You don't have to. You don't have like there was some kind of like a thing that like some things yeah. I do know some stuff. For example, here's a law in the law regarding escaping from prison. That is not illegal in Sweden, but it is illegal in Finland. So if you do escape from prison, that's made yeah. Make sure you do it in the correct country. Kind of hard. I mean, you don't choose where you end up in jail or prison, I mean to say. Sometimes I think about that drawing of a massive titty topless Primarina getting arrested. Then, who is surprised that Mekaliko is thinking of a massive titty topless Primarina? Also, it's a Pokemon. You can't arrest a Pokemon for just being itself. What? I don't think there's anything I need to clarify. No. To me, you don't have to clarify. I know you. And I was like, yeah, obvious. That's exactly what Mechaliko's thinking of every day. I agree. Yeah, is it that? I think Krita, the drawing of players I'm using, has a comic mechanic. I mean, that does sound. I think this one has a comic mechanic too. I'm not really sure how to use it though. Yeah, okay. You do have you have a bunch of tools here. You can draw a thing, and it. Yeah, this has a comic feature. When you draw a frame, it creates a folder specifically for this, and it makes these outlines that you cannot go beyond and stuff. But I think I will handle the drawing borders on my own instead. It does, can confirm. All my comics are more stick figures. I do more storage comics than artist comics. Most of them aren't even colored, just black and white. That's fine. I will focus on the more art aspect of these comics than the story. Because there are visuals I want to show. Wait, that sounds weird. This redeem, yes, that redeem. Nice try. Kochi! You weren't supposed to see that. You got a coconut. Kochi is in the coconut. Kochi, you can make 8 coconut bras for that. There's wait, no. This wasn't supposed to happen. Whoops. This is a complete disaster. Well, I wanted to cycle on wear swimwear, but I didn't even get that. Not even close. What is this quote? I think Chukibox has special experience on running around. But I don't want you to choke on it. Technically, she was being arrested for driving recklessly without a license, but details. Exactly, you need to get the correct details here. Say it as if you're running an Italian pizza. I don't know what? This isn't say things in a certain way, redeem, Kochi. No. I will do it this way. I haven't even practiced anything. I said I'm going to practice my Italianese for me to play that Italian game. Mamma mia, it's Kochi the bar. There we go. Are you happy with that? I can't even. I don't know what to. Pizza places here are not run by Italians. They are run by Arabs or other people, like Middle Eastern people. Seems like the most common. North African and Middle Eastern. Nema people. No, Mena people. There we go. I mixed the letters up. You're such a good boy. Koji is a good boy. I mean, except for when he's a bad boy. A streak. I want to type that. Sharing likes that point. Whoa! I'm a cheerleader. But he's got a Peanuts, Equikimi, hello. You got a cucumber. What do you know about going in a sauna and then running outside in the snow? A Finnish tradition. Yeah, that is exactly what I know about you. You're Finnish, therefore you do your saunaing and then you run outside naked. It is though. It says that it's in the matter you want me to. Wait, it does. Okay, then I have to check that. Do. No, it does actually say that. Well, I'll give you that. you win this time. I gotta fix that. I gotta forget about that. I mean, there's a limitation of what I can do, you know? So I will have to fix that then. I should write that. It will be sussy pun. What's you... wait, read the final... Yeah, I know, I did just read it. Hi, fun, hello, Akiyokimi. That was good. Fine, if it was good. I'm glad that you liked it then. Not surprising. I still don't think it was good. Oh my, Spite has a bouncy emote. A very interesting. Yay, what a sussy kid you find. No, yeah, you took too long to add it. Don't worry, I like making a naughty boy obedient. Yeah, please. Teach Kochi how to behave. Kochi with a pompadour will... what? I would be a good greaser. Nah, it would be a good fanboy. I want to say but then it would be an reasonable amount of hmms. So therefore you write a comment with 2 hmms. Kochi with a big fucking motorcycle. What is that? A chopper, if you will. Oh, a helicopter. I'm supposed to draw this comic. I'm making no efforts into it. So I want like... still have a comic drawing mode active because someone was talking about comic drawing modes. If I like plan out an initial grid here. How do I like portray this? Because I want like so I'm thinking, so she sits down. So like you have like the let's say that this Umbreon is speaking. But you want to draw more Pon, but you're free to do so. Yeah, go ahead. Quote, I'm experienced with murder. Coach Per. Not surprised. Wait, how? Why are you not surprised I'm experienced with? Should I be concerned? Yes, I did draw that on the same layer as enemy. Let's move this over. This is the most beautiful Umbreon drawing ever. But then like I want her to like get seated at like a table here. But while he's speaking in... Okay, this is the Sylvian. This is the icon for that. This is the icon for Umbrian. There we go. Oh, now you can tell them apart. I don't even know what they should be wearing, because since they will be like anthropomorphized, walking on two legs and wearing clothes and stuff. What is this, Kochi? Kochi, you're a good biker made daddy fanboy, Kochi. A real good biker made daddy fanboy, Kochi. Is that good? Do you like that? Pump on the murder bunny. I'm not the... You think I'm going around in dreams and murder people? Not that Kochi is a fanboy. Kochi is the femmiest of fanboys. Kochi is like on the line between fanboy and trans fanboy. Added so many words, it will be hard to... Nah. We can't just be simple like everyone else. Kochi is like a complex creature. I mean, Kochi is the one who used it, like 90% of everyone who has used it. You wear some maid dress and a non-outfit. How is this possibly new? Guess Tuki Box doesn't know about Kochi. I've been caught! Yeah, and all this masculinity Kochi is trying to portray is just false. Kochi is such a fanboy that he's embarrassed about it. What? I'm spying you, Kochi. I can see you. Squash that. I think that's public information already. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's good. Good. Kochi is the femmiest of fanboys. It just shows that I appreciate. Appreciate Kochi. And it should be like a table. I don't know what this cafe should look like. You probably look up some references and stuff. But then like I want the story to progress. It's obviously going to be in this way. This is why when you write in English and other languages in the same direction, the line of text order is this way. So you would read a comic. You read a comic in this direction. I can make the arrow. What's the thickest arrow? I can make it even bigger. What is that? Why do I keep forgetting what command? In this order. This means that the panel is red. In this order as well. So what's annoying is when people do speech bubbles that are like here and here, like which is first, or when they do, or what's more annoying is when they do like speech bubble like this, and the order is supposed to be 1, 2, and 3. This is breaking, because it's read like this. Therefore, it will be read as 1, possibly 2. When it's usually connected like this, it's supposed to be read like that. But the one that is furthest top to the left is the first one. Unless, of course, you're using a language that goes from right to left, such as Arabic. Then it's the other way around. This is why comics produced in English are mirrored when they are released in Arabic. Because that way they get the speech bubble in the correct order. I've read some amateur comics on of the internet, and like as I read in speech bubble, like this statement doesn't make sense, and I read the next bubble and it's next in turn, like this makes more sense as an initial statement, and the previous bubble I read was the so yeah. But it makes it even more complicated because when you have Japanese comics, they're read from top to bottom, so they go in this order. So therefore, if you have therefore the speech bubble are usually tall as well because they go in this order, compared to English speech bubbles that goes in this order. So when they are translated to English, they therefore have to go very, very narrow, and you have very short words throughout the speech bubble. And then when I get the next speech bubble, which is here, so you read this one and then this one. But at least that could be more, that can be recognized by the shape of the speech bubbles. So if they're long and tall and long, that means that it's a Japanese comic, and therefore it goes right to left. But if it's wide speech bubble, it's an English comic, and therefore it's read left to right. But because people like to make Japanese inspired comics, but in English as the original language, they might use English style speech bubbles because that makes sense for the English language, but they still go left to right to left, I might say, which makes it confusing. And then of course there are those who go takes even more inspired by Japan by using tall speech bubble, but it's English original, so you have these very, very short lines. But then the comic is left to right, and I mean left to right this time, and that makes it even more confusing. There's a mess. There's no consistency. So that's my suggestions. English style speech bubble, left to right. Japanese style speech bubbles, right to left. And if we keep that, things will be easier to read. Of course, if you're writing Arabic, then also right to left. And if you're reading in Mongolian, it's left to right. So it's not perfect, because Mongolian is this order. Arabic traditionally is this order. English is this order. Arabic is this order. Anyway, what are you talking about? There's some random stuff. Koshi is such a fanboy, he's embarrassed about it. Koshi is a pretty boy. He's a pretty boy. I would work alongside Koshi in a professional environment. Yeah, I would like to do that. Yeah, it's a move. Congratulations, Orimi, you got a move. As mates? As mates, yes. I may lay down if Pon talks about her butt. Just know I influenced it. When she reads this, it will come true. What? Lay down? So you'll lay down? I don't know. Sure, I know. I'm confused. You want to lay down? How? Oh. I don't know what you're talking about. I may be too innocent for this one. I'm too innocent to even understand what you're trying to say. Koshi wants to lay down on Ponpon's butt. Whoa. Well, there we have it. Keeps noting down. No, I think you're not. Yeah, I think... I think what Koshi wants is Ponpon. Ponpon sleeps in her underwear. This is Ponpon. Ponpon is beautiful, okay. She totally got stars like that on her. Anyway, and then you have like Kochi. I don't remember what Kochi looks like. Kochi has like this nice hair. Yeah, here we go. Anyway, let's ignore that. Too many lines down there. Kochi's a pretty. No, I did say that, didn't I? No, that was what Code wrote. Code said Kochi's a pretty boy. I didn't say Kochi's a pretty boy. American Dad Gauge meme is Kochi looking at the point that's between instant and perverb. Don't even know that meme. Needles? Well, it's a needle, right? It's not a pointer, it's a needle. It's being silly now. Kochi and Pont Boy in office girl attire? I don't think I like office girl attire. We're beside the water cooler. It's not it certainly needs to be a powerful water cooler if Coach is near it. My blouse button string. Yeah, definitely. We would rock pencil sketch, to be honest. Ponpon wouldn't like it. Ponpon prefers the freeness of her flowy dress. And flowy skirts. So it means 148 people. Thank you for following NO511. We were talking about very strange things at the moment. We're talking about Kochi. No! How dare you? I won't say that anyway because I have to do it. Get you going to lurk for a bit to rest in bed. Do have a nice rest. Oh, that's what you meant. You were going to lay down in bed when I read your comment. Now it makes sense. You could have just said that. I was thinking like, oh, are you going to lay down on the ground to look up Pompon's dress? Because that sounds like something you would do. But you don't carry the stench of Cinder's beast. That's a quote. Almost misread that one. Nice dress. Thank. Coach in a night tie. Coach in a lovely nightgown. A transparent one. I'm still not really sure how. How I will plan out this whole thing, unfortunately. I really want this to work, but actually playing out a sequence of because I kind of have to figure out multiple pictures at once. Coaching one of those with white and light blue stripes. Wait, are we talking about panties or what is a 90? Oh, I see. Oh, it's a night tie, a 90. I don't even know how to say that. Yeah, it should be lovely, transparent. No. Because the idea is that they do not know each other. So doesn't matter if I add it. So they would like Hmm. So what if I'm trying to think here? So what? So if I draw like looking at the phone. So where you have the conversation with the person, where it's like person says that they are unable to come to the cafe. It could also not mention the character by name, so it's very clear who it's about. And then what are online panels I would need? Because so the Umbrian will therefore say like, talk to someone who says that they are not welcome, and then like, and then he's like, bummed out. Is that the correct term? But then sees that it needs to be like, that the Sylvian here is someone got ears too, but whatever. Is upset too. And then that's yeah, perfect. There we go, a perfect series of events. Okay. Hello. How would you even say that? Lierdal. I read the Swedish name. I love bunnies. Ooh. I love bunnies too. I am a bunny. And we have a lot of bunnies here. Another bunny left previously, but we have multiple bunnies here. Pony up. Wait, that sounds... that heart ice one is very adorable. I had two at home. Ooh, I had a bunny once, but it was too much responsibility. I was just lending the bunny. So, if you want, you can make me into two bunnies. I'm just kidding. But you can give me the bunny suit. Do you think this series of events will work? Is this like, does this explain kind of what's I should hydrate? What's going on here? How do people even plan out comics? Seems so complicated. Comic keep plated. Why would you would you all be working in Wata's office in these office outfits? Are you going to make a drawing? No, I mean Wata doesn't have a dress code. So Ponpo would just wear Ponpo could wear a fancy white-ish dress. Very flowy dress. Maybe thank you for following Radical Blade 247. Maybe a bareback dress. So because the way by ending it on this frame means that the following dialogue could then happen on the next comic, or alternatively I could add one more frame at the bottom, and that is like, but I also don't want the comic pages to be too tall because that makes it annoying to read. Because there are some that they have like 1 by 10 and they're like really hard to read. Because the problem is that there is not a good way to zoom in on the pages. So when you zoom in, you get like a tiny view in the middle. And if you zoom out, it becomes a tiny part of the screen instead. It's an idea for later. Okay. I don't know Wata very well, but you know what? Sure. Time to get to know Wata. Wata is a bunny who you see, and then you would say like, "What a bunny!" That was stupid. So, so let's do the comic. I'm not sure why I'm drawing the frame like this, but I am. Or I am. Okay, and what does a Pokemon Cafe look like? Pokemon Cafe. Hey. So there's a Pokemon Cafe in real life, but of course I don't care about that. I wanted like an inspiration for like, how does a Pokemon town look like? Because it would be kind of weird. Well, it wouldn't really. Oh, I don't know. Starting with Pokemon Cafe was not useful. At all. What do you mean it's 11% Q today? Why is it so low? What has happened? If I search for common cafe building, that kind of works. Bloody! Megalika is 71% Q today. What if we go to Google Maps and you search for a cafe in Japan and just take inspiration from that? Which one will it be? Who knows? Let's pick up random city. I don't know. So we get like a proper Japanese feel for it. Go to this one and then search for cafe. Let's see what I get. A few options. A lot of options. Yeah, let's take one on some kind of like on a side. Why is that one in the middle of buildings? On a side road, I was going to say, but it looks like a major road anyway. Oh, this place doesn't look that appetizing. How about this place? Oh. I could probably turn this into a friendly looking place. It doesn't look super like a happy, friendly place. It looks like maybe I should have picked a better city. Okay, should probably also use. Okay, let's pick somewhere else that has some nicer, happier looking place. Doesn't look so drab. Is that the correct term? Why did I clear my search just because I went into 3D view? Plus, oh no, this is way too low quality. But however, let's take. Spending way too much time just trying to find a reference. I know. I know. Everything is so it's tightly packed together, so it's kind of hard to like get a good view of what anything looks like without being up close to the building, which is also making it very hard to like get a sense of what does the building look like. And also, a lot of this building doesn't look. It just looks like boring rectangles, so I can't like make it look like an interesting. It wouldn't look like an interesting cafe if that makes sense, right? Like a lot of these are like in small alleyways. So camera is like right up next to the building, which isn't great for. Everything is close in these pictures too. Oh, it looks so sad. Okay, let's see what you're talking about. Red question is, why is my cuteness level so high? No, you don't have to do anything about it. Me trying to sit on the cold snow's desk and pose all sexy like, but my fat ass breaks the desk in two and I fall to the floor covered in papers and computer keyboard keys. Well, sounds like Water's office. And then Kafki has come in and clean everything up because Water is not going to do that. I think I should make a comic on Krita. Don't know. Not again. Message keeps going off. I think I should make a comic on Krita. Don't know what about. Just keep drawing. It's like, no. What do you mean? I said no. And yes, I think you should do that. I think you should do that. Maybe I should, like... Obviously, but Japan is this beautiful, magical place where everything looks beautiful in... Everything's... Okay, here on the main street. Here we go. Now we're looking a bit better. But these buildings are like skyscrapers. I don't want... I wasn't looking for like... I want like a small town kind of shop, if that makes sense. Kind of weird that there's a tiny shop here in the corner among all these skyscrapers. I want like a tiny shop on the... It's interesting because they have these 7-Elevens on... which are like 1 story tall, and then they have like skyscrapers everywhere where it's like 10 stories tall. And like, how does that work? Did they own this building for so long and refuse, and the government doesn't purchase the building to make it a tall skyscraper? And like, you just have this store as part of the bottom story, and then you have like apartments above it. An idea, crazy idea, no. Or was there like an open footpath area, like a little square for things, and then they bought up the square and put their shop there. So now we don't have any squares with on anymore. You get 7-Eleven instead. Yeah, my idea for finding like a nice little... Probably shouldn't look at the central of a big city, you know. Maybe I should go to like the outskirts of the town. Which is what I tried first, but when I did that, I just got sad looking places. Not to be rude to these places, but kind of looks familiar too. When I go like sure in the city, it looks like a major, well-developed place. But when I go to the outskirts, it's kinda, in some ways, reminds me of Central Europe in some ways. As I said, sometimes I just spend way too long just finding a reference I want to use. Well, it's because when I'm trying to look for references, I don't really know how to even turn one of these. Nothing of this really helps me get an idea of how I want to draw it in either. So I'm not really getting anywhere with this. Humor's mind knife, thank you. Now, I'm going to make you negative cuteness every time now. 60% too much over the legal limit. What? In what way is that a legal limit? Have you imposed this legal limit on how cute someone is allowed to be? You all care about strawberry for you. Ponpon is being arrested for being illegally cute. Sorry, Chad. Yep. No more streaming from now on. Sadly, I'm not allowed to be cute. I should be punished for my cuteness. Cookie Box, what kind of punishment would you like to apply to Ponpon for her illegal cuteness? Okay, so let's draw something here. So it's going to be like a building. Okay, let's have like a street. Okay. So it's going to. Okay, we're going to have a street and like a tiny bit of pavement here. And then the building stands here. Or something. And then we'll draw like another building. Okay, now I should take inspiration by... Maybe I should use the 7-Eleven kind of this thing where it's like a tiny shop. Maybe I should take that as my inspiration. Okay, only use this place as a reference. This is such a plain, boring building. It's just a square. It's just a square. Here's the perfect square cube. Nothing like. Yeah, that's it, I guess. Jukebox, what punishment would you apply to yeah? Hi, hello. She can't be arrested, she is the law. I am the law. If she would be the law, everyone in this chat would be arrested who have taken Ponpon's dress off. Yeah? Are you one of them, Jukebox? Yes. No, because they paid fair for it. It's not fair, I need to increase the cost. Strip her to her underwear and march her around. No! No. That actually sounds like a drawing to make. Oh, I'm struggling. Struggling with everything. And... Okay, let me get some more water. Bunnies! Bunnies attacking bunnies! Do you think there are bombs in this? Oh yeah. Of course there is. Oh! Well, good to know.
I'm gonna do a very bad. I'm gonna try and text and drive at the same time.
You can barely drive and drive at the same time.
It's not gonna be that different, I don't think.
Fine.
Haha. I do not need any stinking walls, I need a one. I wish I could ride my Pokemon. Oh. Yeah, speaking of saying weird stuff. Yeah, just look away. Pretend like you just didn't say that. There we go. Easy peasy. So. Oh. Now he. Oh, okay. No. So some squatting. I guess not. Guess I need. How they reflect that.
4,000.
Look, it's water bunny.
It's like this entire fucking truck run.
4,000. You get 26,000.
It was like 12,000, I think.
Okay, okay, sure. I get 26,000.
Why do you get 26,000?
Because I'm a cute bunny.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hey, water. Any kid?
What?
I want your
I'm not a
money.
cute bunny, guys. Pun. Apparently, being a cute bunny gives you 24,000. Being an ugly bunny only gives you 12, and then you get 4,000.
You can go faster, you know that. Oh, more driving clips.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this is a fast road. This is a so-called motorway. You might have heard about this.
There's trains here.
Yeah. Okay. When sleep. Oh no, not that good. Clip. Oh, where did I put the drawing table? There it is. Okay, let's go back to the comments. I don't have any history of taking people's dresses off. That is quite a quote to have, Jukebox. Looks weird out of context. All of them have been anything but dresses. So, Box has been taking off panties of other people. Then we put her in the... Wait. Pon captured, but without the dress, she's just in her underwear. So like, what does a thing like that look like? It's like... And then like... The body should probably move more forward. Oh, I didn't draw it on actually. Oh, there. There we go. As I said, I don't really know like how I should make the structure here, but yeah. The townsfolk throw tomatoes. Oh yeah, I didn't even have the tuft of hair here. I'm silly for ignoring that. What am I talking about? I fear myself, I fear my thoughts. You've been corrupted by Pon. Yes, that Cliff, no, in her underwear, in the stocks. Pon in her underwear covered in tomato. What did she do to get locked in the stocks? Being illegally cute. But she being all embarrassed about her being in underwear and not being able to hide her underwear is just making her even cuter. So is that a drawing you want me to finish someday? Someday? Finish it today! What are you talking about, Pon? Finish it today. Okay, how much? Here be flags. They seem to put a lot of flags outside these buildings. I love these tall flags in Japan. So I will have them. There looks like something. But then I still have to have like what does an answer of Sylvian look like? And I'm in body suit now. Sylvian and throw safe. Oh, it's waiting safe actually. Yeah. Or even 30 coupons to spend. Cole has 20,062 just to brag. Even without the 20,000 coupons, Cole still has more coupons than Remain. The town folks take selfies of themselves with fun ones and boy shorts clad behind. You would do that, wouldn't you? Yeah, the behind would also have a big heart on it. People would like to have that on a photo. Okay, let's see here. What's even the... What should... Some people have tagged my art, Pokemon art as Ansro, and like I tried to make them non-Ansro. Just because the character is an answer character, like it's because the original Pokemon is an answer character, it doesn't make my art an answer. It's not anthropomorphized because that's just what the character looks like. That's just what the species looks like. Yeah, I'm terrible with references. That's for sure. Dash clear. And the behind will have a big heart. Thank you. That's okay. Here's an artwork with a normal. I'm not showing it, but which a normal looking Braixen, but it's tagged as feral because apparently every feral Anthro, because apparently every Braixen is Anthro. Let's use this one as a reference. So I should probably just draw this on a separate layer. What should we be wearing? She should be wearing a dress. How do I undraw a pose here? Probably is. Okay. I need an actual picture of Sylvian. Spin that? No, that's not what I'm drawing. Throwing a peace sign for taking selfie, uploading it to Instagram to thousands of followers. You know what, Megaliko? I'll make that artwork for you of Needles doing that to Ponpon's butt. How much do you say? How much would you like to pay for that one? I need money. Quote, did you know that Ponpon has a butt? So that is what we're talking about. With these big eyes. Oh my, does she? I wanna see that with my own eyes. It's probably really soft. Oh yeah, it is soft, alright. If you only knew. I don't know what to do with these ribbons. I'm just... Well, yeah, bounce, bounce, bounce. What is with that face? What do you mean? Do you know it's true? You know you're getting all excited about Pompon's butt. Okay, let's have here. So I want this Sylveon to like get down onto the seat. No, okay. The actual Pokemon Cafe doesn't seem to have any comfortable chairs, which is interesting. It's Ponpon Day. Wait, why is it Ponpon Day today, Nexus? What makes today a Ponpon Day? So I was thinking like it would be like a sofa kind of seating place here. Oh, I'm getting attacked. What plushie was that? If you chuck a plushie at me, at least you should be able to tell me what plushie it was. A friendship, thank you. Called Bunny. Wait, Bunny? Are you saying it's a bunny day today? According to who? Someone had like a... Oh, another place. someone had like the scene like you can do a command with, and it will tell you today is this type of theme day. But the problem is with that, and I was thinking like, oh, that could work. But the problem is that there's so bad information about. Whoa, another plushie. Bad information regarding that stuff, because there's a lot of people who use make-up days, which of course every day is made up, obviously, but usually you have like the government officially recognizing it, therefore it's officially recognized by country. But then you have like minor play, like then you have like, oh, today is this day. It's like, okay, sometimes it's like it's the international cinema thing day. Okay, but who decided that? Oh, this organization. Okay, doesn't mean nothing. And then it's like, oh, it's the national cinema thing day. Okay, but that has happened a few times. But because I always say the same thing every time, maybe the person decided to stop. They come in like, oh, today's the national something day, and then I ask, for which nation? And their response is always, I don't know. No, thank. And like, it doesn't really work if you're like, oh, it's the national thing of this thing, and let's go and spread it to everyone I know. Yeah, but you know people across the whole world. It doesn't work. And then so I decided like, okay, if I'm going to have something like that, it would then specify which nation those things are, if it's like a national thing. Instead of calling it national something day, I will put the actual nation there and then call it that thing, because that would make sense. But the problem is when it comes to a lot of those organizations, they don't specify which nation they are. Well, an organization is not a nation, but they're like if I search for a National Panda Day, I don't know if that's a thing. I get National Panda Day according to the National Day calendar. Okay. National Day calendar. I will reject on. For which nation? National Panda Day. National Panda Day draws attention of one of the words. Okay. Native China. Yeah, nice. But which nation? And this is the problem. This is why the idea is fell. Panda FIQ. No, I wanted National Day. National Day calendar continues to research the origin of this wildlife holiday. Okay, so you don't even know where it comes from. It's just someone just claimed it was a National Panda Day. They're like, ugh. And of the questions said, do panda only eat bamboo? Do pandas have thumbs? Do pandas climb trees? Do pandas hibernate? My question is, which nation is this based on? And they have lots of stuff here, like National Sardines Day, National Espresso Day, National Eat a Cranberry Day, and like, and then like, okay, where's this National Day calendar from then? Maybe that will give me a clue. But then like, it doesn't say. Here at National Day calendar, we are on a mission to celebrate every day with you, and by you we mean families, business, educators, and strangers we meet on the street. There's more than one day for everyone to celebrate. Way, it's like the people, and like, oh, meet our celebratory staff. Hey there, I'm Marlo Anderson, keeper of the calendar, accidental holiday historian, and the guy who once asked, why isn't there a day for popcorn? So you're the guy who just make this stuff up, then. Okay, but where you're from? And like, nothing of this makes sense. And what's like, Okay, they actually have an address at the bottom here. It says address. And because they don't list the country, and this is usually the case when they don't actually list where they're from or anything, and when they usually just say national thing, it's United States. You can just default to United States. And that's usually, it's like they forgot that it's the World Wide Web. And that's the issue. This is why so much dealing with certain things on the internet is so hard, because they don't even say where they're from, which is very relevant sometimes. Especially if we want to buy. I'm not buying from strange shops on the internet, but if I were, some of those are very tricky. Like, okay, you have this store here, which like, okay, they're selling this item, and they cost this much $sign. Okay, which currency are we talking? There's a lot of them using a $sign, and they vary widely in value. Yes, and that's why it's important. So, yeah, and that's Ponpon's right. And that's why Ponpon can't include such things. I want to make a reference to, because there was this thought I had, was like in North Korea, and they have like their own internet or something like that, and completely isolated from the rest of the world. They are taught in the schools that a lot of fake North Korean history about how North Korea has typically invented stuff, and it's just focused on North Korea and everything, and they just have a very angled viewpoint that, and everything is about them constantly. And the thought I had was, what if North Korea and South Korea actually unified into the new Korea, that's unified Korea, and all the people are free to explore the internet as part, like everyone else is on the internet. Then that means that these North Koreans who are very, very skewed education are therefore going to go on the internet and then not consider that there's a whole world. They will only focus on themselves. They will consider everything North Korean and will claim things are North Korean, and so on. And they used to go to constantly default to North Korea. And then someone said something very interesting. You mean like people from United States? Yeah. That's as far as my experience has gone, yeah, that's how it works there. That's how it's relevant to the calendar thing. And I have experienced that myself. I have people coming up in chat and then think that I know everything about the United States. I did comment on like how someone like, have you watched this thing, gives me an abbreviation, like what's that? Well, it's a sport in United States, like it's like, but okay, but what would I know about this sport in United States? I'm not from there. And less so the abbreviation of the sport for the league of the sport. I did mention that to someone, and someone said like, well, obviously there was like, this is the opposite thing, like someone else who is also from Sweden, and they're like, obviously they would speak like that because that's just how you speak, like that's just what you should expect in the sense of like defending that kind of behavior. But I wouldn't be like, would people do that from other countries though? Would they just state like, I see, like, I don't know, it's just weird. People are weird. And I believe people should, like, some people are just trapped in their own bubbles. Or even is giving all his cuteness to Fun. Yep. Because she's the cutest. Yeah, we keep this. I pronunciate English perfectly. But you give one of our experiences. Gross outside South Korea. Or did you know that North Korea borders South Korea, Russia, and China? I got a little carried off and my Twitch stopped working, so I didn't hear anymore, so I missed the last 30 minutes. Oh, well, don't worry about it. It wasn't anything important. So that is my story on Twitch. I do follow a lot of people from a lot of different countries on Twitch. But that is also because, yeah, well, there's people across the world that streams. But I also think that I don't have followed that many people from United States or Canada or America as a whole. Because when they stream, that kind of isn't really aligned with when I'm awake. They tend to stream quite late, judging by people like Water Bunny, Kochi, and so. And the rest. I mean, other people I've been watching too, or wanted to watch, like Kitty Core. Who else do I know? How many people from? I guess there are some people, but it's also. Well, I guess I can again default to United States Day because it applies here too. Because I don't know which country some people are from. They aren't really making it clear. Sometimes. But if they're from Australia or United Kingdom, they so often either write it. Like Australians often have it in the title. They put AU for Australia. British people tend to write in their about page quite clearly that they are from United Kingdom. And then people from a lot of different countries tend to either have like a tag or write it somewhere in the description. But when they're from the United States, they tend not to do that. There are still people not from the United States who also don't do that, but most of the time they do. I think like Bancor would be one person who does not write where they are from. They're not hiding it, like if you... Bancor has stated on his server where he's from. But there's nothing in the description that states when he is live. The only thing that states when what it could is signify where he's from is that he defines his time zone according to Central European time. So that would be a signifier that he's from Europe. But yeah. So I actually don't know where. I think I have. If I go to the Twitch live page, follower who are live, I have written down on some of them where they are from, but apparently not a lot of them. Like, I need to read Mazlax because he's playing Spyro. Mazlax is from... There it says British. Well, it says nationality British, but as I said, it usually says on the about page when they are British. Let me mark that down. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. If I update this page now, there we go. Look at Jellyfield zombies. I don't know where Jellyfish zombies are from. I don't know if it says English speaking. That doesn't help me. Could be English nationality, but it doesn't. They usually are more clear. They usually use British, not English. Make that more clear. But nothing stated here or they would be from. So yeah, who knows where they're from. But I should mark that they are they though, because that was stated. I mean, we're a bit bad at marking the information. that's my problem. Yeah. There we go. Sword bunnies. But sometimes, I guess I have to watch Jellyfield. I don't like Jellyfield Donuts typically streams when I'm streaming, so I actually don't have a chance to actually catch any of the streams. I think, right? So yeah, but I do have I do have a surprising number of people I follow there from like Asia as well. By surprising, I mean more than I thought. And yeah, not that people have the states where they're from. But code bulges are stuck on my mind. Oh, speaking of bulges. Oh yeah, you're going to be in for a treat. You are going to... Okay, let's say... I don't know how to draw these. But she's like... getting in... I'm using a reference that doesn't even show the links. How would I draw the feet? How does a feet? I guess I'll just draw them short and stubby, like kind of tiny feet to kind of reflect how they look on a Sylvian. Wait, what does an Umbrian feet look like then? Umbreon. They're kind of like a bit longer, flatter, more angular. A treat, you say? Yes. Taking notes. Bulges. Yeah, a bulging treat. You'll see when I get there. I mean, if I'm drawing a pose like that, she's like showing off her butt to she's showing off her butt to him. That's not my intention. Should the ribbons be more upwards? I don't know. It's kind of like how it is on a Sylvian. Feelers. You got a hair bow and a neck bow. Necktie, I guess. Let's see. Probably get ready for lunch. Oh yeah, you're going to lunch today. I still haven't received that message from Kafki regarding tomorrow, so I still haven't updated schedule because I'm working with Kafki. Kafki is bad at answering messages. Kafka is busy. No, Kafka said that she's bad at answering messages too, so it's... She knows. Oh, that's some boob here, I guess. But does Kafka have a dark butt? Good question. Flesh ribbons. There can like flesh ribbons. A bulging treat. You'll see when we get there. Thank you, Mikaliko. I have to draw the tail too. I don't know what kind of mouse it should be. I also don't know how I should do the eyes. Maybe I should just be slightly smiling. Oh, it kind of looks mad. Well, I have to add eyelashes too because, you know, but I have that as a girl. Also, some kind of hair, I feel like. I think would be very useful. Another tiny bit of cleavage here too, you like that. And then the Umbreon. Gonna sit here. And then I have to draw a masculine character. I'm not good at drawing masculine characters. As in, I've never drawn masculine characters. How do I draw a masculine character? What is the ear on that Umbreon? It should phone me up here. Maybe I can. Like there are those things. Is like the ear hole below this thing, or should probably move over a bit. Let's finish drawing first. And what outfits should this? Should this guy have? Do you think? Does Remian have a suggestion? Maybe just this like that. There we go. Make more space. Perfect. Search what's the clothing? Bikini. He should wear a bikini while in a cafe meeting a friend of his. Of course. That seems reasonable, yeah. It's like, oh, I even put on a bikini for you and you still didn't decide to show up. What a friend you are. I didn't ask you to put on a bikini. I asked you if you could... It could be a beachside cafe. But why would he wear? He's supposed to be. He shouldn't be like overly masculine. But I think he should be like visibly masculine. I'm not planning on him to be a fanboy. However, we could still have him try out fanboy things. Maybe this Sylveon lady would like to see some fanboy action. Oh, for Umbran, yes, the Sylveon is wearing a dress. I mean, the outfits could be changing every day. They don't need like a standard outfit, but they could probably have something that a theme to their outfits. But they have a certain style they prefer. She would often wear skirts. I mean dresses. I meant to say, for obvious and non-obvious reasons. The obvious is because I like upskirts. And that's how you do it. And not so obvious would be for based on what character this lady is, which I think I already said. Button-on shirt and jeans. That seems reasonable. Yeah, you go with that. I'm thinking just what kind of eyelashes would I add today, lady? Sylveon. A lot of the artworks don't. I guess I just do like something like this. You like exaggerate her eyelashes. Whoa, I heard a plushie hit me. Okay, now I need to let's search for a button down shaft and see what I get. Or that nice looking one. I mean, yeah, like he's dressing up nice for the event. So yeah, that makes sense. It's a nice looking. Yeah, wear like a long sleeve. Also, why I drew the whole way, considering that most of that is just the same. Not draw much of the this kind of clothing, but I gotta practice that. Realizing that I don't think Cold Snow read my office scenario. Wait, didn't Cole do that? Oh, wait. Sorry, I also missed a few here. Sorry about that. Why would someone have a dark butt? Which Cole responded with people of color do. Well, yes, people who have dark skin or fur would have a dark, but typically I would say. Depending on what kind of character it is. So yeah. Definitely so. I look I'm not good at drawings. Good practice for me. Yeah, I guess I'm drawing these lines just to clean them up. I mean, yes. I got distracted by how to draw a character. Well, you wouldn't really see much of that here in this picture anyway. I was thinking like skip any form of footwear because it's easier for me that way. If I just have them bare feet. They could wear like leg coverings. Like kind of like socks without the feet of the socks. If they want to wear something like the knee-high socks. And you would still be able to see the Umbreon pattern of this circle here, for example. You got a big nose because it's an Umbreon. She got a small nose because she's a Sylveon. Actually, I don't know. Umbreon doesn't actually have that big. It's actually not that big. It's bigger than on a Sylveon though. Sylveon has also. And Umbreon also has the biggest snout. Maybe I should add like a bit of a snout thing here too. I don't know if that looks good. Okay, let's redraw the nose. Maybe that's better. But a Sylveon doesn't really have a snout. It's a very flat faced. Wait, what does Sylveon from the side? That's not how you spell it. Okay, Sylveon does have a snout. It's just a very, very tiny one. There you go. Some cleanup. So it's easier to see what's going on here. There we go. What isn't this? I haven't saved. What should I call this? Comic. Probably. Okay. Let's start. There we go. Cutie, 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 Skylord Zoe. Not sure why I mean, I have to. It's your title. I had to refer you by your full title. Out of honor. You're not just any Zoe. You're Sky Lord Zoe. And usually when people show up, I tend to say full name. It's just a thing I tend to do. Don't think too much about it. Like that instead. Zoe! Willow! Umbriel looks angry, which makes sense if he's been stood up. What is the actual definition of stood up? Stood up. He's sitting down, you know. Stand up. To rise from a lying or sitting position. To bring something up and set it into a standing position. To avoid a prearranged meeting, especially a date with a person without prior notification. To jilt or shirk. Oh, is that what it is? Is those are terms? I'm not sure. Shirk is to avoid. Jilt. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, he's because something came up and his friend is like, oh, can't come in. This is like the 5th time in a row you said this. Wonk. Zoe, such a polite bunny. I want to be nice and polite. Except when I'm raging. Even when I'm upset, I'm trying to be polite. You full on lovely bean. You mean Zoe? Of course, Zoe is a lovely bean. What kind of grabbing is going on? I grabs you. Yeah, grabs you. Willow is taking notes. I'm being grabbed. Go on. I'm writing my fanfiction. I need material, Zoe. Please continue. Is this a Zoe Willow fanfiction? Interesting. Noted. You. Oh, you, it's Macalico. Keeps noted. Cabadonzi. I'm so confused, me. The fuck does that mean? Aggressively noting. Google it. I'm too afraid to Google it myself. Don't do it. Too late. I bet you're so short, Willow. It'd be easy for me. Oh, Willow is short. We talked about that yesterday. Willow isn't like short, but Willow is small. Does that make sense? When I'm thinking about the term short, I'm thinking that low height relative to the width of the said character. But Willow isn't quite. It's quite narrow. That's a good term, right? But very small. It's been done to me, so you are correct. I'm short. But I guess you can use short in that way too. Yeah, at some point, hopefully soon, I should make a drawing of Willow. And Willow is going to make a drawing of Fun. It's been like a little trade. It's not like officially confirmed, like we haven't actually agreed on making a trade. It was just something that came up. But I would love it. I mean, it still feels like normally I will charge for making a drawing. Unless I want to draw it, which is the thing. But I'm up for trades too. We just didn't know it had a... Okay, now I have to look it up. I'm going to look it up on Wiktionary. I'm going to be safe. I'm going to look what a cabedon is. Oh. There we go. The act of placing one hand on a wall or other vertical surface while leaning close to another, usually shorter person, whose back is against the wall surface. I would have just said wall surface. We got a quotation here. Oh, we got a lot of quotations. Pulling a cabedon will freak her out, so don't get pushy. Cabedon only works if you're both into each other. Do you guys really get excited about cabedons? I probably wouldn't. Probably feel awkward. Obviously, cabedon comes from the Japanese word kabe, wall, and don, which is the pounding noise. Okay, what's an English on onomatopoe? That's the worst word I know. I've got thump, for example. Thud, bam, bang, wham, boom, and knock. We got some options for a thumping noise, pounding noise. But we're gonna go with thump. So that would be like a wall thump. Which I don't think using the onomatopoeia for a pounding noise really describes the situation. But yeah, okay. It was a safe thing. I'm going to forget about that word tomorrow. Or in an hour. Whatever goes on behind that door stays behind that door. So little. Well, always little. I'm not gonna say what I was about to do in this chat. Not too wholesome. No, this is an 18+ channel. We don't have a limit. I mean, there's certain limits. Usually, I mean, I know people say like, "Oh, Potapot, you're so innocent. You never swear. You never talk about private parts." You don't say anything sexual. You're so cute and innocent. You don't know what the things I can say. I've said things. Whenever I say certain things, I mean, it's not a limitation. You don't have to limit yourself like I do. I don't really limit myself. I just don't have an interest in it. So I guess it just turns it into a wholesome chat, I guess. Even if that's not... Also, I didn't realize the ads are playing. Sorry about that. When I'm talking about this stuff. Not everyone is lovely, but everyone is mean. What do you mean, Toolkitbox? Everyone is lovely here. Super short. Oh yeah, Mechaliko, that's a... Mechaliko compared to Will. You wouldn't be able to see Willow. It will be... Here we go. Here is my best drawing of needles. Perfect. You got a head here. I don't know what your head to body proportions are. This is probably a bad representation of... I mean, you have feet too. There we go. And then following the correct proportions. Right. Let's go what the numbers I have received. Actually, relatively large. Okay, actually. Let's redraw these as... There we go. That's my best to scale. Needles. How do you spell that? That's how you spell it. Needles. And No, I should subtract it. Take smaller. There. Perfect. That's a size comparison, I think. Yeah, what was happening behind that? We don't talk about that. I'd see Shin's Willow is already working. Sure, Willow, listen to your talk. I'm kind of behind chat at the moment, so I'm not exactly sure the context of everything being stated here. Whatever goes on behind those days, but yep, we don't talk about it. Hydrate, that should hydrate. That's when I started, which I missed. Yeah, I'm gonna do that to Willow. Yeah, message. Oh, now we're taking in the DC to private, I see. And then with my spare hand, I'm going to put a finger under her chin. Oh, the chin. Okay, good. I thought we were going somewhere else here. And tilt her head to look up into my... You have to tilt it quite far back in that case. What's happening in the house of me? Shakes Remy aggressively. I mean, would if you would kind of like have to crouch down to even reach down to Willow. No, you said that you picked up Willow before, so you can have like hi. Let's see, Beetle Bell. What? Ah, yes, Beetle Bell. What are you talking about? That was a lie. Pon says some weird stuff. I don't swear most of the time either. I say weird stuff, but I don't swear. Imagine Pon saying things like asshole. Or like cunt. Oh my, Pon. I usually say a certain word being with a K and could also mean curve in Swedish. Oh, kurva. There we go. That's what's that word. Pon needles look like a hat. Does it look like a hat? Maybe. I know that one, and I know what it means. It's a general swear. In the Slavic and surrounding languages. Willow Ibiti. Yeah. Tripping. Yeah. That definitely a tripping hazard. There you go. Whoa. Perfect pun. It didn't even render the full movement, so it messed it up for me. What would Niels would revive Willow? Niels wouldn't even be able to see Willow. I mean, is this the correct size of Niels, by the way? I tried my best. I mean, yeah, about as much as you would strip going into a chunk stream over their toys in some Barbie doll size. Please don't. Made of porcelain. Yeah, it's porcelain. I guess plastic would. Because it's flexible, it wouldn't break as porcelain would break. I will carry you. Oh, you're a porcelain doll. Yeah. Correct, I'm a porcelain doll. Fun. Did my ears perceive what Pon just said? I can barely lift you up. How heavy are you, Willow? Am I allowed to ask that? I didn't think I'd ever hear that word come out of your mouth. Oh, well, now you did. I mean, I've said it before, but barely ever. But that's what I mean. People see me as a very innocent bunny, and they're not wrong. But I can still say words. I wouldn't say it normally, it's only in context in this thing. Very carefully putting Willow on the shelf and dusting her clean. That just gives me ideas, and I should not proceed with the ideas of putting Willow on the shelf and dusting her. Dusting. Referring, yeah. You should share like is it right? That is one of the reference I need. What your normal outfit looks like, Willow. Like what your or like normal. I don't know if you have like if you like to have different outfits in different. No, but yeah, no, like the one you shared first. You're right. I think. I would need to the outfit as well. So I can draw it. Or porcelain that I believe would have weighted not anything. But Willow is small, so you know it's not much porcelain. And if the porcelain is just on outside, that's not a lot of porcelain. Have you ever held an old school doll? Porcelain dolls are still pretty darn lightweight. I don't think I've done that. This is a great extraction of needle, by the way. Good. A fun story. I made art of people putting me up on shelves. Do you like that? Because okay, here's my idea is not crazy. It was just like, oh, you put Willow, it's her normal outfit on the shelf, and then you bring out the feather duster and start dusting. But because you know it's clothing on top of the doll, the dusting would affect the clothing. Perhaps either flipping up the skirt or maybe pulling it down would be one such thing. You know. That's where Ponpon's mind go. Consider all art I've drawn of panties. That shouldn't be like, for example, now we got that's of course not my artwork, but this is. I'm recreating this one and this frame as well, but that's Ponpon, and I'm going to recreate this frame as well, but. Yeah, it's done 2 frames so far. 2 poses. And then I'm going to put everything together into a full animation. And it's going to be neat, I hope. Where was I? So yeah, a lot of old fancy dolls are porcelain are very light and fragile. I can imagine that because they, yeah. Very huge and clumsy ball. We'll be extra careful to avoid breaking Willow. Have you any art of Willow breaking? Just curious. And then this is going to be like the phone. I'm not really sure how the sequence of events will go here, because like she's sitting down and we'll see. Should probably also reference some kind of Pokemon phone in somewhere as a reference for what it will look like. And in here will be the conversation that says that the friend that the Sylveon will meet is not coming, and she will be sad about that. I have so many outfits, but I think like the white skirt, white top thing one is. I got 20 outfits. This is one of my outfits. I have 19 more you can redeem. I have 19 redeems for outfits. Oh, the outfits. I like outfits. That's why I got 20 different outfits. I should get more outfits for Niels when the new year happens. How many outfits do you have, Makaliko and Willow? Punches Willow. Why would you do that? Willow doesn't break. Fair. Chuka box is not strong enough to even affect Willow. 2 will explode in pieces, and a dry balls. This sound effect happened. Well, why would you punch someone just like randomly? Sweeps up the 2 core shards and pour them into the recycling. Orders a new trigger box off of Amazon. Well, yeah, just get rid of the old one. Lower accuracy trigger box is not shardable, by the way. It just happens some way. It's not shardable, but it still happens. What? Then you make the animation into an emote. I could do that. Bonk. That green bunny just hit my boobs. Not breaking, but I do have art of my partner Jay did of me after I broke, which is just me as a spirit. Ah. Is it just the spirit? Or... Well, I'm not sure why I'm asking this. If that's well, can you put, so you're like a spirit that possesses a doll and you can possess another doll? Would you be able to possess people? Or is a shatter resistant? Oh my, not what I expected. Halloween last year, the night before, I pretended to fall and had a shattering sound in the background of the stream. Oh. Then on Halloween, I used a PNG ghost version of my model. That is actually... That is creative. I like that. And the day after, you order a new... then your new doll came in. And you possessed it. That is actually very creative. And it's fun that you actually take advantage of your lore to actually do that. Like, what could I do? I'm a dream bunny. How do you order Tuki box of Amazon? You go to Amazon, you search Tuki box _ and then you locate one of the legit ones. Don't get the knockoffs. They are just terrible. But you get a genuine one. And then you just wait for the order to arrive. How many outfits do you have? The answer may surprise you. I think at least 30 outfits. Not all of them available fees. Well, yeah, I mean, I got 20 outfits, so 30 outfits is 50% more, which is a lot. I have a list of outfits that I wanted to make for 3D Pon Pon. That list is over 100 of outfits. Over 100 of them. And I will make them when I have my 3D Pon Pon, which I've started on, like a ghost version of me. Well, yeah, I was assuming there was a ghost version of you. Are you, because you said spirit before, are you, or is it do you mean like it wasn't the spirit of you, it was the ghost of your model? Now you lost me. I was with you. Now I'm gone. God, that the bunny just hit my boobs. What happened? I can send you the PNG to look at. Yeah, sure. That would help. Oh yeah, here we go. A lot of outfits. I should use some of this. You wanna see my outfits? You have... This would be useful, yeah. So that's the ghostly one. I see. Correct, I can possess any devil and they end up looking like me and taking on all of my damage. So they also have my horns, my cracks, my bad eye. I see. I see. Because you have some of these are different colors. Are they supposed to be different dolls? Or is it just you being different colors because it's funny? Which is party. Returning the bootleg jukebox I ordered by accident. I have sent you a good chunk of boxes I have or still away. So if you want lore, I can give Oh, lore. I mean, you're free to say as much as you want. I don't have much lore myself. Find it interesting even if I don't have much to say about it. But, and if you want... And was there, of course, too. Of course, I want to see a lot of outfits for Pon Pon. Because it could stand for anything. I think because what's important with drawing comics is that you need a sequence of events that makes sense. So I'm skipping a lot. So she's outside, she's sitting down. So there's a lot of moments skipped, such as going inside, located in place, finding a place to sit. I don't know if that's necessary to include. I think, and then she has the phone with the message. She has technically not put her phone down here. I mean, I could technically put her phone down here if that like makes things like she could have put it down, and then she's sitting down, so you know she's not trying to sit down while holding the phone or something. I don't know. My next priorities are a non-outfit and a bunny suit, but I will probably wait until New Year to get them. A bunny suit will love something. I have a bunny suit. Someone should redeem my bunny suit. That will make me into a double bunny. Because I'm a bunny wearing a bunny suit with fake bunny ears. Which some people find funny. I find it funny. I thought that was a necessary inclusion. Of course I need fake bunny ears. No, that's not the outfit. That's the wrong outfit. No. That's not the one we should be looking at. Everyone needs to close their eyes. For a moment. It will be over soon. There we go, that's the one. But Pon Pon, I had to remove your dress so I can put on your outfit. No, you don't have to. Don't be silly. I'm a bunny now. Look, I'm a bunny girl. Well, it's kind of hard to see the... Oh, because I have this ad, because I have... Blender open in the background. There we go. Now it's easier to see the bunny ears. I'm a bunny girl with fake bunny ears. And someone apparently didn't know that my bow color changes color. My bow changes color depending which outfit it is. There we go. That's a correct statement. And someone like, what? I think, yeah, it's this certain person who can reveal themselves with this earlier. They said like, you should like Pon Pon. You should have it so your bow changes color depending on your outfit. Well, but it already does that. So yeah. So I am the soul of a thiefling woman who was trapped in a doll by a necromancer who I refused to help out. He trapped my soul, and I may not have killed him. I learned that I can possess any kind of doll, but only dolls, not people or other objects. Just any doll with a vaguely humanoid shape. Does the doll need to be of certain material, say for example porcelain, or can you also possess plastic dolls, perhaps even textile doilies? Like plushies. Just thinking that And technically, I could probably possess a Kentaur-shaped doll if I wanted. I'm not sure that what would happen though. you will possess the front legs and arms, but the back legs are just anyway. Noted. Suki box. Do you know that? So, there we go. Use the emote. It's a thing we'd say in Sweden. No, that's what you say in English too. Okay, in Swedish we have this expression, intresseklubben antecknar or something like that. That translates to the club of interests is taking notes. There we go. That's best translation I can do. You might have something similar to English, which I can't think of this at the moment. It's basically making the statement that it means no one cares. So, whenever so as I said, I don't know if does English have an expression of that. So when Chillhop, yeah, that's the main one. So when Chillhop is doing this noted. That's just what I'm thinking about. Like, that's probably not what you wanted to say, Chillhop, but when I see it, it's it looks rude. But that also reminded me of someone who was on an online, like a forum, IRC. And wrote like in Sweden also, they wrote in Swedish too, but they said like there's some person outside my door with that huge nose block and and then someone replied, "Oh, that's a member of the club of interests. you must barricade the door." And this is the only time I could make that refer to that one. Because I don't know, like, is there like anything else? Okay, let's see what it says. Here's actually someone on a forum asking of the Swedish one. They say something like, "I'll put that in my care box. I'm gonna just bring my extra big care face." I guess there isn't an English equivalent of this, like in the same thing. Noted. Someone said. Well then. I guess someone also says like, "Thanks for sharing," but in a sarcastic tone. Or someone said also, "I'm writing this down for future generations." Yeah. Oh well. There is no English equivalent. I like, obviously there's a lot of expressions you can use, and obviously in Swedish too, but nothing like similar to that of something. Well, that's a shame because it's a funny one, especially in that event that happened. Making a soft plush doll for Willow to possess. Yeah, that one sounds lovely. Maybe Zoe should make a plush, or find a soft plush doll for Willow. No, the doll. No, the doll does not need to be strictly porcelain. I have found it seems to be the best feeling kind of material. However, I have possessed a plushie, a puppet made of sticks. And even clay doll ones. How does... I'm thinking like legitimately, I want to get some plushies of my model and some posable dolls, like drawing reference dolls. Posable dolls would be perfect for your character. Plushies, of course, too. I have a Pon Pon plushie, feral Pon Pon plushie. It's the old design, so it needs an update. However, due to me not being able to send them out anonymously, which obviously is for safety concerns, you can't just have a person sending out packages to people without any form of reference to who it is. They wouldn't really allow that for international packages. National packages, fine, but not the international. So that's an issue, so that's why I can't send it out. So I need a proxy to do that. And then, of course, yeah, each plushie is also going to be quite expensive. At least now I kind of have like a place to store them. That's good, because there's like what do you call it? The opposite of a basement. The opposite of a basement is where I can store the plushies while they're not being sold off. So I can like invest in, because I need to order at least 100 of them. But then I have to sell them, and the price is probably going to be kind of expensive. So I also need a proxy, and I also need the money. So if someone wants to be an investor, so maybe what about it was actually an investor for someone, and what about it got a cut of the sales? So what if I ask What Bunny if he wants to be an investor in the Pon Pon plushie business, and then he gets a cut of every plush sold, so he gets his money back basically. So he's going to get the majority of the money of the plush sale. Because, yeah. Because, but I want the cut. So a portion of the money is of course going to be the expenses, which is being sent back to Wata. But then the remaining profit could be cut for Wata, shared between Wata and me. The profit, it's not like I'm really after a profit, because I rather want a plushie, but the profit is just the margin to make sure it actually I don't have a loss on every sale. Not even to sell them, just to have them. That, me too. Like, I want the plushie just to have them for myself, but I'm willing to sell them too. It took me the long note that came off more like these plans are being made, but reading toes is hard to, yeah, definitely. And explain with the whole Swedish culture of that phrasing, which includes noting. The club of interests is noting. Taking notes is considered a rude thing. Well, not a rude thing, but it's more of a, no one cares. It doesn't have to be rude. It's like, you're talking a lot of stuff and I'm actually not listening. Or no. Oh, it depends on what person's saying, of course. This person is saying nonsense. I guess it's not rude because it was nonsense. But if a person is like Willow is telling the lore to Pon Pon, which is even related to Tukebox, saying no one cares, would be very rude. Tukebox did not say that. I will make that clear. But sadly, that was how I read it, and I knew it was referencing something. I just didn't remember what. But the bird will have a very clean butt. Why? Because the bird's butt was being washed with water. Because without the context, it's even funnier. I don't think I added some funny context in that one. If so, I had a soft plush willow. I'm scared what would happen to it. Maybe you should possess it and see what's happening. Oh, God. I'm dragging the bird's butt against the ceiling. That is not what makes it clean, though. Now I know why the bird will have a very clean butt. That's not even why. What did I supposedly say? What did I not say? You did not say no one cares. Gonna lurk for a bit. Okay, Willow. It's been nice to have you here. And I'm supposed to do this drawing, but I'm talking. No one's fault. It's just me being very easily distracted. So... So... we could say like... I want to kind of add to the story like... that the friend that they're talking to has kind of stood them up. There we go, that's the phrase. Multiple times. And also have possibly done things that they don't approve of. So they are like, well, screw those people. Let's be friends. I mean, you can be friends with multiple people, but they might like move, focusing more of each other than their friends. They try to, I don't know. It's just ideas flowing around my head. You did not say no one cares. No, this is pure gold. Why is that pure gold? I say so. I don't know how you draw those. Do. I don't know how I should do the eyes on this. I'm just going to draw something. I can always adjust things as needed. That's a funny face. Confusing. Double confusion. I don't know how to add the... I don't know if the sequence of events is working. I should probably plan this out more beforehand, but it's a first. It's just a first comic. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? The thing with drawing a comic is that you're also drawing multiple. Also, I didn't do the bench thing. It was it like. Okay, let's see. Quotes. Yes, grab Ponpon in whatever way you want. Fix Ponpon like a spear and throw it. Wait, what? How do you do that? Also, if you grab Ponpon as a spear and then throw her, and she gets stuck in the ground. That is just going to make her dress pile up here, and then you will see her boy shorts with a big heart on her butt. Is that what you want? She was wearing a bra. Johnny. Is that what you're after? I see, I see. Cookie box. I'm being silly turning everything into that. You need to draw that. Why? I mean, pay me. Oh, I'll gladly draw that for you. How much are we saying? He's he's a bit snoopy. That's a fun looking face. Blush. Stuck in girl with skirts upturned. Whole dress. You know, that sounds like a funny idea. How did Ponpon end up like that? No idea. But their pants are showing. I'm not saying to draw for me. I'm just giving good ideas. Okay, no, I'm just going to get quote now. So, Umbreon's face. To be honest, Ponpon, if you do need a cash injection, I might just ask you for a needles version of your cherry mode. You know, how would that work? I mean, I'm doing emotes for money. I think I've said that before. I just don't know how much I would charge for. No, that would be another way. I'm not sure how much I would charge per emote. Thank you for following Rick Wild. You are lovely. Thank you, thank you. There we got some cheering emotes. Oh, wait, what's going on here? I'm drawing a comic at the moment. What does my title say at the moment? Comic with 2Q. Actually, yes. This is one of the cuties. And she will be sad. Sad was it? Not a happy. Whether it's supposed, I don't know whether I should draw it. I did draw it here. Maybe I just draw it. Apply the small snout. But then there should be a bow here too. Her feelers will feel her feelings. Wait, show her feelings. And he will be like, can I touch your feelers? Is it naughty to touch a Sylvian's feelers? Because are they sensitive? Because I've heard touching sensitive parts of people is inappropriate. Should move it a bit to the side now. I think I've improved artistically with my skills. Because I'm kind of happy with what I've been able to achieve with this comic. No, let's add space. They don't need to cuddle. Not yet. They will cuddle soon. Don't get don't get too excited. The cuddling will come. Oh yeah, they will have some good cuddling. You like that phone here again. Do, do, do. Okay, what are we saying now? What? Super Smash Bros. Needles as K. Rool, Ponpon as Peach. Ponpon as Peach. Wait. I'm interrupting the reading of your comments. Smash Bros. Ultimate roster. What should I use this page? Who? Okay, Peach could work for Ponpon. Who else would like be Ponpon? I guess Peach would be the best. Because Peach also has a dress, which would be perfect to align the animations with the dress. And Peach is also using her butt. Ponpon would use her butt. Everyone else has like swords and stuff. Everyone is. Hello, Kate. Niels does the K rule down through and leaves Ponpon half bird upside down with her Peach dress inverted. Oh, you want to actually us to cosplay? Also, what happens if you do the downstairs on Peach? Definitely her dress does not invert. The dress will... Wait, don't I get buried up or face up, actually? Which SSB? Which one? Or just general? Ultimate? Ultimate is the only Smash Bros. That K. Rool is part of. You know about both K. Rool and Peach have crown attacks? I think they use their crowns to attack. People claim that Peach using her crown as an attack is a new feature in Ultimate, but it has been in all Smash Bros. That Peach has been part of. Since that's the one with K. Rool in it, yep. Or as the character is known in Japan, Cruel. Hence why it's K. Rool, because it's pronounced Cruel. Box may as maybe Kirby if it's in the most. Box will be a me fighter. Add code. Is it naughty to touch a Sylvian's feelers? Are they sensitive? Because touching sensitive body parts can be inappropriate. Good quote. Nils the Bun Bun. Hello, Kate. Bomb the Bun Bun with M plushies. Yeah, you keep throwing plushies at me. Thank you for the plushies, though. That could Ponpon would use her, but cosplaying, yeah. Fish forward air and K. Rool side B, indeed. Does that mean Niels would be painted green with a gold bikini? The cape, the crown, the body plate, and nothing else. You're breaking Cole's wishes of seeing Needles in a bikini. But that sounds fair. Well, is that a commission you wanna commit to? It's angled. Do. No, it would be this way. Yeah, I still have to draw like the legs and stuff. So let's do that. I was so shit here with her butt. Do 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 do. Like that. No, I shouldn't raise that much. Should I raise this part? I want to see her bare legs because the dress will end up here or something. Ooh, naughty. The bare legs. They will be furry, okay? K rules up smash is OP and funny. Okay. I haven't reached. I want to play through the first 3 Smash games so far. I could rock the cosplay. I believe you. I already have a gold bikini. Well, show it code. Fluffy Tim. Oh, Tim is fluffy now. Fluffy Tom. I like this. His neutral air and his counter. We'll be at the restaurant soon. Okay, Remian. I hope you have a lovely time at the restaurant. I believe you will. I believe Orimian has the loveliest of times. But obviously, I can offer Orimian an even lovelier time. But that is for the future. Anyway. What does that mean, Pon? We don't go into that. There we go. Here's the first comic. Is it good? It's not the most amazing comic, but I also need to figure out the dialogue because he's going to. I don't even care fit in a dialogue because I want him to like speak out loud so that she is actually hearing. Ish. Not that she shows any interest in hearing, but maybe she should be the one speaking and not him. Anyway, I already made the decision. Everything is not working out perfectly, but unlurk. You forgot the exclamation point. You triggered the lurk one on your unlurk. Polish word for king is crawl, which would be the we pronounce like crawl, cruel. Yeah. Therefore, the Polish name should be crawl, crawl. And we're here. Okay, Remian. I hope you have a lovely time. See you soon. Very nice work, Pon. Thank you, Cold. Unluck. The Megalurk came out from the bottom burrow yet again. Wait, yet again? Have you been lurking that many times already? Because it should say lurking again, and then lurking yet again. That's how it's supposed to work. Lurk, unlurk, lurk. Without any bottom burrow again. Unlurk. Came out from the bottom burrow again. And then lurk. Had a bottom burrow yet again. And unlurk. Came out of the bottom burrow yet again. So that's how it's supposed to work. Something here is wrong. Not sure what though. How is this possible? Because you forgot to do the lurk before you did the unlurk. It doesn't track. It only tracks how many times you've been lurking and unlurking. It only counts how many times you type the lurk command, so... But does it do... can I currently think... I guess it seems to give the wrong answer if you do unlurk without doing a lurk. That's weird, because it should default to 0, that you have lurked 0 times. Oh, actually, I think I know what the issue is. I actually know what the issue is. Thank you for... Yeah, it's unlurk. Yeah, because I said if it's 1 or 2, but I should say if it's less or equal to 1, actually. And this one should say 0 and 1. No, actually, it does the lurk first. There we go. There we go. Now that you do unlurk, it should not say yet again. Yeah, it was specifically when you did unlurk without doing lurk first that caused the issue. Because then you had lurked 0 times and then it got confused. I could make a system where when you do unlurk, it's a... No, whatever. Infinite bunny burrow escape. Infinite escape. There you go. Now it doesn't say yet again anymore. Until you do the lurk. If you do the lurk and then unlurk, well, you have to do lurk twice, and then you do the unlurk. Then it would say again. Okay, other bunny burrow, where I after came out again, which was not possible because I wasn't there previously. I don't believe you, Truky Box. I believe you've been in my bunny burrow many times. What have you done in my bunny burrow? Oh, well, that's for another time. I should have posted 3 as well. Post 3 with a 0 in it. I'm kind of switching back and forth. Switching back and forth. That's what I do. So this is the initial sketch. And then the pause will go here. Since I'm making Bonbon's pause shortish, because this character has very, very, very long legs. And I'm making the legs shorter. This might just be me being a dirty person, but that sounded dirty. Wait, what said the dirty? Do I want to ask that? I'm an innocent bunny and I would not say anything dirty. You said they were in your bunny burrow plenty of times or something, yeah? You dirty. Exactly. Willow is the dirty one. It's perfectly innocent to be in the Ponpon's bunny burrow. And any implication of it being dirty is just you having a dirty mind. I say as I'm drawing with the butt in the view. Anyway. And then I need a pon hand. Pon is the eyes open this time. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pon would never be naughty. Some people claim that Pon is naughty, but we do not believe in those people. They don't exist. Do. And then on this, I feel like at this point, Pon's ears will be fully down. Why am I putting so much detail into this? This was a bit rough sketch. And then the bow. Something like that, I think. Does it look like Pon? Oh, not exactly, does it? Do. And then, yeah. Don't look at Pon weird now. Pon is not doing anything weird. We don't say what it looks like, okay? We don't say what's actually goes on. Okay, let's see what people are talking about here, because people went quiet after writing a bunch of messages. I'm aware of this. Insert pointing emote. Very innocent Pon certified, not a pervert. Thank you, Mekaliko, for certifying that. It's perfectly innocent to be in Pon's bunny burrow. Exactly. It's perfectly innocent to be in Pon's. Oh, wait, ad quote. I forgot the ad quote. I forgot I said that. Thank you for saying the quote. Look. People say to get your mind out of the gutter. Wolf fell into the gutter at a rosy young age and decided to just make a home there. The only kind of gutters I know about are the well, there are multiple gutters. Yeah, and you would be small enough to be able to fall into a gutter. Medical spine. Good. Good. So that's why you're a lost soul. Because you were swept away in a gutter. Going down Pon Pon's rabbit hole as we do here. Right into it. Head first. Let's go with that. Hello, bread bun. I'm a bun. I'm a dream bunny now, though. And you're made of bread. Do you taste like bread or bun? Hope you're doing well. It's, you know, could have been better, but I'm making a drawing of Pon Pon. This doesn't look like I'm turning this animation into Pon Pon, okay? Okay. Because this is a cat girl who fell down. She's wearing a dress and when you wear a dress, your panties might show sometime. Because that is the function of a dress, to flash your panties. Why else would you wear a dress? Let's see what you're talking about. I taste like your worst dreams. So a nightmare. Well, I will not eat you. And cat cut. I'm a dream bunny and you are made of bread. That would be weird out of context. Do you taste like bread or bun? That would also kind of be weird out of context. I was too fast with the... Was I too fast with the cut? No. Just go wild. No, not nightmare. Your worst dreams. That would be the nightmares. If it's a bad dream, it's a nightmare. Okay. What else are you talking about? Otherwise, you kind of lost me. You kind of lost me. Was it this one laid on top here? And then people like, you're traced the art I have. But I'm just doing this for to follow these. I'm still changing like the outfit, certain aspects. Changing the head. I'm not singing the words. Don't even know the words to this one. Good. So weird song. It sounds way too sounds like a love song. Thinking about the first time something happened, and also that it only happens once in your lifetime. At most once in your lifetime, actually. Correctly said, at most, because it might not happen. And it is true. Something happening for the first time is something that can at most happen once in your lifetime. Because next time it's the second time. Kind of correct, kind of weird way to phrase that too, I think. And what is it about? My dress disappearing. Mechanic, why? Why now? Why? What have I done to deserve this all of a sudden? Why? I'm just an innocent bunny. You're making me embarrassed. I thought we were friends. We were friends. Best of friends, you and I. But then you stole my dress, humiliated me in public. And I felt that there was a... Yeah, what are we talking about? Ad quote. No, go wild. What am I saying? No, you're the least good of the... Okay, so you... sorry, can I ignore that message, but for 5 minutes. So you mean like the worst non-nightmare dream? I don't know what that would be. That sounds kind of mediocre. I'm kind of disappointed. Yeah. Oh, it's no code contains upskirt. That is odd. Okay, box. Why haven't you coded any time when I've said upskirt? I've said it like 500 times. Dang. At least 35 times. Well, yay, we got to see Photos Planets again. That we do. Mechanical. That is why you did it. Awful. Awful reason. That is not a good reason to do it. Portal is never safe. This is why I need more quotes. Less likely for that quote to show up. A little too much. My eye! Are you an innocent bunny or are you a known pervert? Oh, I'm the innocent bunny. You are the pervert. I mean, obviously. I mean, you just did something perverted to me, proving that you're a pervert. But I assume you're a proud pervert. So... How many times have you said we were friends to Mekaliko? At least 253,012 million times. Plus minus 37. Not my problem if you don't add upskirt quotes. Well, but if I do add quotes, then you're like, no, Ponpon, you can't add your own quotes. So, you know. See? Or ever rocky friendship, yeah. Goes back and forth. There's a term for that in Swedish. I wonder if the same is it bonk, 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 bonk. I need to check that. Oh, I guess the English term is rock. Okay, there we go. The English term for back and forth is rock. Rock something. So, the Swedish term for back and forth has been used to mean masturbation. So, well, that's fun when old people use it. Like, so I guess there's not so much old people left who would use it. Da, 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 da. Did I get everything? Oh my Ponpon, you have a very pointy head. Okay, let's take it easy with this side here. Okay, I need it to be further down. I need to adjust the head shape, I think. So let's... Or maybe I... keep these separate. And then for the bow itself, there. Looks so innocent. Let's see if I should lower. As she's lowering her down, legs down, the heart will... It makes sense, okay? It still looks off. I don't know why it's looking off. I guess the unknown pervert Megaliko. Yep. No, the suggestions I meant. I've added every suggestion. By the way. If you didn't the ones added this month, I have not got to that part yet. Yeah, but because I finished up the YouTube video that I was going to publish. I'm still waiting for translators to provide translations for the new outfits before I can publish the mod. If someone speaks French, Portuguese, Arabic all at once, no, one of those, or Japanese, who would like to help me come up with names of the outfits, that would be nice. That's better. Bonbon landed on their butt. What a silly butt knee. Oh, and that is strap here, or whatever. What? Man, if you want the friendship to be that kind of rocky, then it to be that rocky. Wallow barely speaks English. The American school system failed me. Darn you, America. Some people say that people like me speak better English than native English speakers. Or just like, nah. I wouldn't say so. But I know a bunch of stuff. With the amount of wuss and huss, I'm concerned about my ability to know what's going on. Yeah. All Americans don't even know how to speak properly. Unfortunately, is why Europe is very... I'm not sure. Europe is not good overall to speak English. I think the fluency in English in Europe is not so great. And I've been around Europe. In a few countries. And if you want to be able to communicate in Europe, learning a language like German is probably better. I will divide Europe into multiple zones. This is the most beautiful looking Europe I've ever drawn. I would say if you're going to speak English, that would be this region. I should have something thicker. English would be like probably this region. If you want to speak German, that's probably like this region. You can also speak Russian. Learn Russian. That's probably like this region. Uh, and then, aside from that, I actually don't know about any more. I mean, you can learn like Serbo-Croatian or Slavic in general. That should probably cover this region. Maybe it was more like this actually. I mean, the map is too crude to draw these zones more accurately anyway. And the zone is probably more like that anyway. You might cover this. You might cover the whole area that covers Russia anyways. You might learn. I mean, Russia itself would probably cover that too. These two probably goes together. Anyway. So yeah. Anyway, where was I? That was a weird thing someone just brought up. So no, I think, although if you look at, now Fun's gonna be funny again. Because obviously Willow is referring to United States, but if we take United States, United States would have more English speaker percentage-wise than Europe has English speakers. Bonk. Definitely would probably score better on average on English knowledge. But if we actually compare the whole America, which is like a Chile, because Chile is part of it, a vast majority, like this region, speak Spanish. This region speak French. This region, and certainly plenty of this region, and probably some here, and like obviously like small areas here, usually major cities speak English. Because America as a whole, counting both North and South America, has about 40 countries, which is about the same number of countries in Europe. And you also have individual regions where they have their own languages. It's just that America only has mostly English, Spanish, and French. And Portuguese. I forgot about Portuguese for a moment there. While Europe has a much larger number of languages. So even if I did cover English, so with English, German, and Russian, you could, like, that's kind of like the extent of languages you could cover most of Europe with. But then you still have these small places everywhere which is still not covered, and you can't fill the rest with just one more language. So that's an interesting aspect, I'd say, between the two regions. But I do know that some people want to compare United States specifically with Europe, but then you're gonna get kind of skewed there, because if you're going to communicate to the United States, English, you don't need anything else. Obviously, you have places in the United States where you wouldn't be able to communicate with certain people with English, but over 99% of people or something probably does speak English. And if you're going to deal with the government or anything like, or any kind of organization or company of some sort, English you should do. That's not the same in Sweden. That's not the same in Europe. Not even with English, German, and Russian. You're still not going to be able to. There's still going to be large portions of Europe which still cannot communicate with neither people nor companies. And by companies, I mean workers at these companies. I am unfortunately American. If I could, I'll change that. However, I am afraid of flying, and renouncing since it costs too much, which relocation costs. Yeah. Most places, as far as I understood, is free to renounce your citizenship, and some places do take small fees to do that. But the United States is the most expensive one. Like 10 times more than the second place or something, or is it like 2 times? It's crazy. I think the worst part is the reason why United States went independent was because they didn't want to pay tax to the British. But they sure do want to tax money from the US citizens who has moved abroad. No, sure, they specifically say the taxation without representation, and if you're living abroad and paying your tax, you still are represented in the US, but does that matter when you're living abroad? So it's still so while you could, yeah, kind of feel in one way it kind of feels hypocritical. But it depends on which country you move to, because you have these dual taxation agreements. And they're already, I mean, like as a Swedish citizen, you can move to Portugal and live there and pay zero tax. They have like a program you can do that. Sweden and Portugal have an agreement that if you are registered to pay tax in Portugal, which you would do to pay 0% tax in Portugal, you do not pay any tax to Sweden. However, because Portugal has this zero tax system, Sweden wants to step in and say like, okay, but if you take zero tax, we're going to tax instead. And they have not been able to go through with that, which I think is a good idea because that's greedy. And that one, I'm like, can I pay like one? I'm not going to move to Portugal, but if I were and Sweden had that system, then Portugal should be like, okay, you pay €1 in tax each year. So now you're paying tax. It's a minuscule tax, but it's a tax. Governments are greedy. Although Sweden isn't as greedy though. They could have been worse. Most places are better than here. I wouldn't say most places. It also depends on what you're looking for. If you are a very successful company owner, United States seems to be a very good place for you. Because then you can get away with a lot of things. But for an average person, I can't say. It really depends on what you're looking for. Most, but no, I wouldn't say most. I would say United States is probably on the. If you list all the countries, if you find out however you would find an average of how good a country is, and then you list them in order of rank, best to worst. United States is probably on the upper half, I would say. But it really depends on what you're looking for, and in some cases also what you are. If you're in any form of LGBT, which I understand is still a big issue in the United States, United States is still much better than a lot of places in the world when it comes to LGBT. Even though I don't know how bad it is in the United States exactly, but there's still better than places where the government makes it illegal to be LGBT. Most of Asia and most of Africa is poorer than USA. I think a lot, like vast majority of countries are poorer than the United States as a country, because the United States is quite a rich country as far as I understood it. Although you could also argue that it has a very high debt too, which kind of makes it really poor instead. But that doesn't really translate over to the people living there. Was it actually issue? I tried to learn German in school, but I got pulled out of the classes and told I needed a different class. I could take German next year then, or German teacher retired and they didn't replace it. Yeah. Ich kann etwas Deutsch sprechen. Ich bin ein süßes Kaninchen. And this is why I do German on Duolingo. Although you have to deal with Duolingo, which is a whole other can of worms, which I've talked about before. In short, Duolingo wants to be this international company in the sense of they want people from all over the world, and they're so proud about people all over the world learning Duolingo. Do they in any way provide a service for these people? No, they don't. They have made a service for the United States, and that's it. If you are not from the US, you can still use Duolingo, but you have to use it through a US perspective. So that's the issue with Duolingo. Is it a big issue? Not exactly, but there are still annoyances. And I've listed a lot of them. Plus, where Duolingo's going, they make the platform worse and worse unless you're paying, and how they're relying on AI. I haven't even touched Duolingo in a really long time now. I don't use Duolingo since they fired most of their staff and replaced a lot of jobs with AI, honestly. Yeah. And AI is also terrible because AI is trained on a lot of US material and is a very heavily US default. And yeah. Obviously, you can tell an AI Duolingo. You can tell an AI about what kind of perspective, everything you want. But if you don't, it will always assume United States, unless it shouldn't from the given context. But I can admit that I've used AI. I've seen what it can do and stuff, and some things it can do is, should I say, impressive, but a lot of the time it's just terrible. It certainly could be useful in certain cases, but it's also not good in other cases because it's the whole it's a text prediction model that just predicts what the next word should be, and it's it's a lot of hallucinations with a lot of meaningless stuff and stuff. Some stuff, like basic stuff, is correct, but when you go into more advanced stuff, it's incorrect. Or can be incorrect. Like, you can't trust it. So it's not really useful. And also wasteful. Because so one test I did just for fun is I've been developing these Spyro as a way to learn Unreal Engine. So I did a Spyro Season of Ice remake, technically of the 4 Spyro isometric games, but Season of Ice was my focus. So because I want to learn, I'm learning multiple things. It's not a project I'm going to complete anyway. As part of it, I took all the existing translations because someone extracted that from the game anyway. So I just took everything from the game, put it into the document. But as part of making this project, I also wanted to support all the languages that Reignited, the Spyro remake, had, because it has a bunch more languages. Well, the original version didn't. It had a few European languages for European release, and then English. So it had a US release first with only English, European release where they kept English, modified it very slightly, added German, French, Italian, and Spanish. Then they made a Japanese version and removed all languages and replaced it with Japanese. So with this project, I then asked the AI just to see what it could provide. For the given languages in Reignited, which I gave it a list, because they made these 3 independent individual versions of Season of Ice, they made slight alterations between the 3 of the versions, and depending on which versions, which language you pick in this project I made, it will change the game based on how the original game was, because I want to preserve that thing. But that means that the additional languages that Reignited has, which version should those languages use out of these 3 available versions? That was the question I provided. And expectedly, it said that Latin American Spanish and Brazilian Portuguese would use the North American version. I could see the logic behind that. For all these, so Norwegian, Danish, Swedish, Finnish, Portuguese, and Polish, it suggested using, and also Dutch. It was another one. I think that's all of it. That it would use the European version. That makes sense. And then it went about Arabic. The Arabic should use the North American version, and that was very interesting. So, because it's an AI, you can ask it, well, why it made this decision? Well, why should Arabic use the North American version instead of the European version, considering the proximity of where Arabic is spoken? And here's like where the whole hallucination and everything comes, and how nothing makes sense. Like, I can see where the logic comes, but it doesn't make sense. Like, sure, it did state first that the Arabic really imports a lot of products from North America rather than Europe. I don't know if that's true or not. And then it says that the North American, because the North American version was based on North American cultures and stuff, while the European therefore could have been modified to adjust to European culture. The Arabic, because the Arabic region has their own culture that would be more aligned with the North American rather than European culture. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's true. I mean, both cultures are. I mean, not even covering how European culture would be a very wide range of cultures, and then it stated that the European version has while it has multiple languages already, the languages it offers are based on European languages, how European languages works, rather than Arabic is a very different language. I'm like, but why would the North American version, which only has English, be a better suited version rather than European version, which has more than English? That doesn't even make logical sense. And then it continues with statements such as, well, in the Arabic region, they don't use metric. They use metric, and they write the dates as months, day, year. No, they don't. Like, so the issue is that it's a form of confirmation bias. Now I think that's all the points it brought up. It's a form of it just makes stuff up. And it's not useful. And I'm just thinking, like, this cannot work great for language learning. And it also probably falls into the USD default I talked about before. It doesn't know about the Arabic region well, so it will only assume that everywhere around the world works as the United States works. Everyone writes months, day, year, except Europe. That's not how the world works. Only Europe uses metric, no one else. And this is also why so, and it's not, well, that's my experience with testing it out. It's not like I've done any research or anything, but yeah. So when it comes to using AI for language learning, I don't know. I don't know how good it will be. The Asian part of Russia is poorer than USA. Well, wouldn't be surprised. I don't really care about AI. If it teaches me a language, I'm down for it. But the problem is it might teach you the language wrong. Because the problem with AI, problem with company moving over to AI is that it's not specifically them. Obviously, there's a lot of issues moving over to AI, from moral to environmental and so on. But another issue with them moving over to AI is they are taking out so much from what has to be done and pushing it on the AI, and then don't have anything. The AI is not covering everything it's supposed to replace. Such as an example that was given of, if I understood the whole situation, is that there is a company that does that they had people doing the scheduling for when they're getting in new people for the training and stuff, and they replaced that with an AI that will do the scheduling. But the problem is, the AI will do the scheduling. The AI will even, as far as I understood it, send this information to the people who will come in as the people who are the new people who will come in and do the training. And that's all it does. It does not inform anyone on the company what the schedule is. So then these new people are coming in and say, like, we got this time and to do this thing, and the people working there have no idea. So the AI is not even filling the full role that it has to. It doesn't do the thing. And the second issue is that when they are replaced, they are blindly trusting the AI too. They don't have anyone just going through everything they are provided through from the AI and make sure that it makes sense and just push it out anyway. They just try to, it's terrible already, but they are doing it even worse, which I guess is a good thing. As in, maybe that's a way for them to stop using AI. It was not great for looking for a job either. The employment rates will go down. Everything, yeah. I mean, I do care, but in this case, it's for all the people that fired to go with AI, so letting humans have jobs. Yeah, that would be the main issue. I'd like to travel to Europe someday, honestly. It would be fun. I've traveled something in Europe. I want to travel more in Europe. Well, you read something in Finnish. No, that's a lot of Finnish. Just this. Why would... I don't know what you're trying to say there. I will ignore your message. Oh, I probably travel to Europe is less about having a way to communicate and more about a fear of flying and ships taking too long. Maybe I should translate that in. Because communication is not a problem. As I showed on that map, as long as you're in Western and Northern Europe, you can communicate in English just fine. If you're moving to someone in Central, Southern, Eastern Europe, using English will be a lot of struggle, but you will still find some people you can talk to. Most people speak English. Well, why did you write that in Finnish then? But how can you know if someone doesn't speak English and you need to understand their language? That doesn't mean. How do you know if someone doesn't know English? You ask them, do you speak English? Either they answer yes, I do speak English, or they answer no, I don't speak English. Because the thing is, because I've been speaking to people who don't speak English, if you ask them, do you speak English? They understand what you're trying to say. And they will answer no. Well, not in English, but in their language. Sometimes they say like story and stuff too, not in English. But yeah, I know some phrases from some languages, and it's Or they might say, which language do you speak? Yes, it's very easy to know if someone speaks English, you know, that's not an issue. And when you're in the Northern Europe and you find someone who doesn't speak English, I mean, you're more likely going to... No, you probably won't more... Depends on where you are. Some places you're more likely finding someone in Sweden who doesn't speak Swedish rather than someone who doesn't speak English. But actually not true. I think more people speak Swedish than English in Sweden. The people who wouldn't be able to speak English are really old people, but even old people nowadays knows English. Really young people, but even young people learn English quite early on. So there would be really young people, and not sure why you would speak to them in the first place. And immigrants. But even some immigrants speak English, because still English is quite common, so there's plenty of English-speaking immigrants, but there are also immigrants who doesn't speak English and then have learned Swedish to live in Sweden. Well, you could, of course, say that, well, they could just use English, learn English instead, spend the time learning English, and then... But it's harder to integrate with the society if you don't speak Swedish. If you're going to live here. Most people still speak Swedish, because people are still more comfortable with speaking Swedish, even if they can speak English. Even though everyone could just drop their language and just speak English, but then that comes also with the part of cultural erasure and stuff. And also a lot of people are... But the English is a stupid language. People are way too conservative with English too. Because about 60 years ago or something like that, I don't know exactly the year, Sweden, the government or something decided, because we used 12-hour time in the past, the government or something decided from now on, Sweden will officially use 24-hour time. You write in 24-hour time. I don't know how long it will took people, but people started to speaking in 24-hour time. You use the exact phrases you do in 12-hour times, but you just speak 24-hour time. People do that in other languages too. French, German, Hungarian, Japanese are some example of languages where you speak 24-hour time. You write 24-hour time. It's written everywhere. You read it and write it that way. Why not speaking that way? But when it comes to English, people just refuse to use 24-hour time. Even in writing. They will write 24-hour time just fine in their own language, but as soon as they write in English, they just refuse using 24-hour time. Unless they're British. Then they write 24-hour time. But they still refuse speaking it. Speaking is 12 hours. And that's just one example. There's many more examples of that. There's also a resistance to using metric when using English. That's not as common. But then there's also a lot of things that doesn't really fit in, like how would you implement English into the Swedish system, how Sweden works. I've talked about that before, like how Sweden does is basically taking whatever term is used in United Kingdom and putting Swedish in front of it, which is just ridiculous, I think, because it doesn't even make sense in some cases. And I joke and say like, well, the capital city in Sweden in Swedish is Stockholm, but in English it's obviously Swedish London, because that's how the system works. Obviously, no, that would be ridiculous, but that's how they do it. And yeah, side tangent. Anyway, sometimes I like to talk about stuff. Those are my thoughts. I should read chat more. You're writing a lot of messages. I'm way behind. We still get killed and abused on the regular news, and the government is absolutely always look for another way to make our rights take our rights away. So like I said, not the worst, but worse than law. Yeah, I'm really not familiar with that, but it's good to hear it from you so I can get understand it more. You can literally unalive trans people in some states here out of fear and not go to jail. I think I've heard something about that happening, and someone justified that on that day. Well, Yeah. Well, yeah, kill a woman because I'm homophobic. I mean, like, yeah, well, transphobic technically, but some people say homophobic. Yes, that happens. Well, also homophobic, I guess, too. But in this, I think, because in this topic was trans people. But sure, yeah, that is terrible. That is awful. That... There's still a lot of LGBT problems in Eastern Europe and Southern Europe. Northern and Western Europe is better at it. Better is the key point here. I do not fear getting killed by someone here, but I still have family members, relatives that don't respect me. And yeah, if I end up stranded in Europe somehow and nobody spoke English, I would take the pictographer route and try to draw things. That's what I did in when I was in store and needed something. I brought up a picture. This is what I want. And they went for it. They went for it. They helped me find it. But some people do speak English. And most people, of course, speak with varying degrees, heavy accents. But it was still sometimes I met someone who speaks English like they come from, like there was someone who spoke such a, to me, I don't know which British accent, but it was a very British accent sounding as if they just came from the UK. They were not. They were native to the country as far as I could tell. But they spoke not like anyone else did. Maybe I got so used to how people sounded like when speaking English there, so maybe if I listen to the person compared to actual British people, it would be different. But yeah, it's an experience. It's fun to hearing all these different accents of people speaking to. So it ends up being like Your Honor, I was hitting on that person and found out they weren't. They're asshole words, yeah, of course. A real woman. And I panicked and shot them. Yeah, it's the panic excuse. I think I heard something about that. And that's like legally allowed or something? Insane, something like that. I don't think I've heard about that here. And they can get away with it with a specific set of laws. There's a plane at the Eiffel Tower. The ones that you say you fly from the States into Paris, and now you're stranded. Oh, you're going to communicate with pictures that way. I think you could probably get... I mean, at that point, you can just use a translator. Roxy, you got a pizza? Pizza. I'm gonna change the topic on my end. It's depressing. It's such a good art, fun. Thank you. Yeah, I now read your comments too. I now changed topics. I talked about a lot of things here. I'll say 3 toes. Yeah, I should try to draw at the same time as speaking, but it's kind of hard at the same time. I'll say a lot more than that. Yeah, I'm kind of... this whole pose here looks very interesting. Fun, you gotta close your legs. Listen to my new bowling tick. Hello, Kochi. What are you so the first thing so Kochi, you come back here and first thing you're focusing on is how spread apart Ponpon's legs are. Well, let's see what your focus is. Kochi culture. Yep. Yeah, spread legs is Kochi culture. I feel pain in my tailbone seeing Ponpon in that position. Could I sit in this position? I could probably do that. I should try it. Someone needs to remind me to sit in this position. I can take a photo of myself too. Probably needs censor that one though. Although I might and send the uncensored version to my pun boyfriend. You say is weird. I wouldn't say weird. That sounds insane. But you say it's weird too. Every country in the world belongs to America. Oh, you're on that topic now, I think. Who uses Fahrenheit and how does it work? Who uses Fahrenheit? Here's a saying where people say everyone in the world uses metric, uses Celsius, except 3 countries: United States, Liberia, and Myanmar, who uses the United States measuring system, which is incorrect. That's an incorrect statement. When it comes to Fahrenheit, it is used by United States. Now I lost the countries. It's somewhere in the Caribbean. It's Bahamas, something like that. There's a few countries using Fahrenheit as the primary unit. Liberia and Myanmar are using Celsius for weather and stuff. And then you got Canada and United Kingdom also using Fahrenheit from time to time. When it comes to metric, Liberia is quite metricated, but there are still other countries that aren't fully metricated. Canada and United Kingdom, for example. And you also got some places like randomly, like in certain fields, people are still insisting on using non-metric units. That applies to and like some places still using gallons to measure fuels, like in Southern America. Some places using gallons to measure fridge sizes in the Middle East. Things like that. So yeah, so this, and also Myanmar have their own units. They're not using the US units. But they're mostly metricated. And then you have other countries which is not listed, such as North Korea, which officially legally by the government decree should be 100% metric. But that's not how it works in private life. They are using old Korean units. And the same thing goes for South Korea, which is also pushing strongly, making it illegal to use non-metric units in certain fields, as well as Japan, who still uses old units for example, the floor area in house. So there are many many places where aren't like fully metricated. So there we go. There's some more details you might not know, because there's a lot of misconception about that. It's very common. I've seen this. Everyone is using metric and Celsius except 3 places. Also, it's only Europe using metric and Celsius. That's also one. The both goes. Which I mentioned with the AI going for the second one, which is a problem. This is not the flag of USA. No, that's the flag of Liberia. 100 Fahrenheit is slightly warmer than human temperature, and 0 Fahrenheit is some number I don't know. Yes. Every flag in the world belongs to America. There is a lot of flags in America. I mean, country flags. Every flag from Canada down to Argentina. I'm just being silly. I know you mean silly. Even this flag was flown. I mean, it is flown currently in America, obviously in embassies. But that flag was wasn't that flag? I need to get my history right here. Okay. It was a similar flag, actually. Wait, why didn't I get the? Is there? No, that wasn't the flag they used at that time. was. Okay, how far? Okay, that's what I should have to go for. Okay, no, they had a similar flag. The flag was 2 parts white, and then you had 1 part blue, 1 part red, and they also had their emblem on it. That was the flag that was flying over it. Over said region, which I hoped they would write the name of, but they didn't. Sadly. But it was something like Alaska or something like that. I don't remember. Or Alaska or something like that. Don't remember. But I didn't write it here. Easily foundable, at least. Anyway. But that was a long time ago. That was in 1867. What point of chat is Pomponi now? At the point where you wrote that message. I speak whatever alien language Alf speaks. I don't know what alien. I never watched Alf. All of them? The one with the tree on it, the one with the carpet on it, and even the one with the AK-47. There's a flag with an AK-47 on it, right? That's in Africa? Bleb. The one with the weird half circle on it. That's Greenland. I wonder if there's any other flags with a half circle. I mean, there is and no, I was gonna say Antigua. Angola, same letter. 2 first letters. Angola has a half circle, but it is a half cog, though. Antarctica's flag. Antarctica doesn't have an official flag, but there is one flag that is common. There is 2 flags. There's one flag which makes the shape of it, which is outdated because there's less ice there. But there's the other one, which is supposed to be like a compass-looking thing, which Wikipedia has moved over to using. Where'd my water? I don't know. I didn't do it. I can do it. Hydrate. But I should probably go and eat something. I swear I had a full bottle of water a second ago. Did you drop it on the floor? What does that mean? Road talk. I'm unsure what flag this might be referring to. I'm mostly seeing Greenland, but I'm not sure if I'd call it a weird half circle. It's a Polish flag, but you draw a circle and you invert the red and white on it. Drink it all. Almost an 1 liter bottle, an 8 deciliter bottle of water. There we go. Just a sip, shouldn't be surprised. I see needles. Yeah, I mean needles could. I mean needles doesn't like have like a huge head. The rest of the body is huge. You can only consume so much through your mouth. Thirsty. Spread leg. All right. Oh. Now I know where Pompon is. Took a while. Right, it's 1909. No, yeah, you're right, it's 1909. I am at 1909 in the chat currently. I'm just trying to keep you safe. I'm glad that you're trying to do that, Coach. You don't want me to flash my panties for everyone. There you go, that's good enough. You're just saying stuff now to put me in your coat. Yes, you got me. Now I'm saying it, I'm like, I should add that on purpose. No one else is doing it. And safely land safely, land on my soft belly. Caught the bird. Do it, Tuki. Has returned for Pompon Day. Oh, it's Pompon Day. You said it was Bunny Day before, or did you? No, you said it was Pompon Day? I don't remember. Why does they make this day a Pompon Day? I'm curious. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious. Bonk. Mermaid. We need more coaches in the quote. Yeah, we're going to be so much. You're going to type coaching. It's going to be like 50 quotes at this point. Hello, LLC Gaming. I was kind of far behind in chat, but I caught you up now. No, make click away. I'm just spamming my keyboard. I'm going to type it correctly when I'm finding it. Pon days. We're not celebrating Pon Day this way. I'm still not sure what makes it a Pon Day. What makes this day a Pon Day compared to every other day? Okay, Pon Day. Pon's finally got to the end of the chat. But now you're adding more. My eyes. Close your eyes. Now you can open your eyes. More plushies. Yeah, you're free to. If you follow, you get 300 coins to throw at me with. Got those my ads now, those, unfortunately. If you subscribe, you're earning points faster, so you can throw plushies at me at a faster rate. This is why Oremian is tier 3, because at tier 3 you get coins at twice the rate from a normal user. Every time you get a coin, you technically don't get it at twice the rate. Now Potman is beginning peaking again. You're getting coins twice as much every time you get it. So technically twice the rate. Reverse ransom. I guess it's twice the rate. I guess, actually, to be fair. You don't get it twice as often. You just get twice the amount, which doubles the rate. There we go. Now I think I got that right. I'm putting way too much effort into this pose. It was supposed to be a quick one. This is going to be a cute pose. I think this animation is going to be really nice. I hope it just looks nice as it transitions from each frame. The reason why I thought this one would be easy to make is because it's a few number of frames, or poses. It was more than I thought, but which I'm drawing currently. It's not that many, and each pose is also quite distinct from each other, because one issue with drawing an animation is when the poses should look quite similar to each other, so you get a nice flowing animation. I don't have to worry about that when I'm tracing the poses, but also the poses are so drastically different from each other that you wouldn't it shouldn't look weird, I hope. But we'll see when I'm done with this animation. And I'll post it everywhere. I presume, yeah, I'll probably post it on, I'll post it on YouTube too. I'll make a GIF of it, I'll make a video file of it. Post it everywhere. And everywhere. No, just once. Okay, now since the ads are over, let me go back to chat. Thank you for doing your daily fruit redeem. What do I call you? LLC Gaming. Look Gaming. You got 5 different fruits. Nice. From 3 different classes out of the 4. I should go eat something. Oh, I'm hungry. Okay. Have a nice food eating. Mekalika got 25 to 27. Only 2 more and then you have a full set. You're missing the hot dog and something else. Box got 25 or 27, so you're missing 6 fruits. 3 of them are the royal ones. Kochi has 26 out of 27. Kochi is only missing the hot dog. Also, Kochi, you have a lot of oranges and lemons and bananas. I don't want those. Would you like to trade away those for a hot dog? Anyone wants to trade me the last one I need? I think all I need is a hot dog. I too have no hot dogs. I have LC, but most people call me Lloyd. Oh, that makes sense. Hello, Lloyd. Are you a bunny? I'm back. Orimi is back. Orimi is back. Whoa. I have no cherries or strawberries. Cherries, strawberries. I'm collecting these for well, the bananas are for myself, but I'm collecting the oranges and lemons for Todd. So Todd doesn't have to like contact everyone. Todd can just contact me. So I'm doing a good. I'm doing it for a good cause. Yeah. Trade username and then the arguments you want. So for example, trade username accept if you want to accept a trade. I think there should be a thing that says if you type trade accept, it should say you must specify username before any arguments. Yes, I added that as a and trade and accept is an argument. So you have to type the username first. Exactly, you have to type. You have to type the username. You type trade, which is command, then followed by the well, the dream one is not a valid argument. And also accept is probably not a valid username. The username must come before. The username is trade command followed directly by username. You didn't even follow the guide it gave you. You silly bunny. There we go, finally. Congratulations, you now have at least one of each fruit. Took you a fruit tries, even though it told you the answer. That's just how we used to being mean to you, Kochi. Loin is 96% cute today. I go now. Okay, Tuka Box, have a nice fooding. Mwahaha, I'm cute. I'm also cute. I'm very cute today, for some reason. Let's not go into that. Okay, I gotta post it in the Pon survey. Wait, the congratulations message. Are you free to do that? So the fruit collecting thing does. I do have the achievement function for it, because the message that tells you that you have collected every fruit is saved as a variable on your account, not your account, but on the bot. Based on your user, meaning that you can. So if you were to trade away, so you don't have all the fruits anymore, and then you trade it back. So say you trade away your hot dog and then trade it back, you're not going to get that message a second time. You only get it the very first time, because it has stored it. So it's like kind of like an achievement. I could add more achievements in the system that you can achieve or something. What's that? And then you could have like then we could have like an achievement, fruit achievements or something. Like you can see a list of the achievements you don't have yet and the progress towards them and so on. For example, Pon, I need a hot dog and a mango. Could you trade it? Okay, sure. Trade hot dog mango. Oh, give hot dog mango for what do we trade? Okay, you have like orange, 2 lemons. That's a start. That covers. Where's the mango on? Or that covers. Okay, one covers a mango, and then the other one I need. Let's. I don't know what else you would. wait. And that will be... Wait, am I thinking this correctly? Bonbon is a fruit hoarder. I am. That's my suggestion. I am a fruit hoarder. I'm a business fruit bunny. Oh, green bunny! I'm getting attacked by bunnies. Anyone else sitting with fruits? Cold? Would you like to do a trade as well? For little me? So Mekaliko can do the accept trade if you approve this trade, of course. If you don't like it, that's fine too. I go my plushies and boyfriend needs me, of course. Lloyd, you're very... I am a business fruit bunny. I think it was saying that. We'll see. Winter is 91% cutie. I'm just a business bunny doing business. Whoa, congratulations, you have at least one of each fruit. Whoa! Fellow winner. Cold, I want your fruits. Can I have them? Hold on, I need to check my fruits too. I want 15 oranges, 8 lemons, 7 bananas, 3 pears. Wait, how much is that? That's a lot. And I need to give you something for that, of course. For how about 2 pizzas, because I can have a overfull of pizzas. Also, I traded away my only 2 hot dogs. I had 2 hot dogs. I traded away. I don't have one of each anyway. Well, at least you paid extra for them, because they were important to me. I could give you like 5 eggplants too. There we go. But I need it for Todd. No, I'm keeping my loot. Okay, fine. Fine. Todd doesn't have a hot dog anymore. Oh, you took my hot dogs. Both my hot dogs. That's my hot dog. Oh, he's smart. Well, that's a shame. Because I wanted to do some trading with Todd. But that's fine. It's your fruits. I can't take them from you. I thought you wanted to be nice to us. But it's okay. Liz Pon still has her hot dog uniform. I do have it in the mod, and I still have it. Kochi, can you help me with the mod? What? Me? And quotes, because a hot dog can match Ponpon's shape. There's too many hot dog quotes now. 3 of them. Quotes, Ponpon wears a hot dog costume because Ponpon is a hot dog. There we go. Maybe you should search for hot dog costume. Total is rarely here these days. So that's why I'm hoarding up the fruits for him until he is here, and then I can trade them. Todd said that he will be here more when he's done with his stuff that he's busy with. So we'll hopefully see more of Todd, because Todd is a Toddy fella. How? Koshi, now, if I'm rarely here, will it make me seem more cool and mysterious? Do you think Todd sounds like a cool and mysterious person? There is a cool and mysterious person. Like, you need to talk to this person who rarely seen, but is walking through the streets at midnight every Thursday, dressed in black and walking at a red fast pace, who ignores everyone. If you manage to get the attention of this person, which you can by saying his name, which most people don't know, but I know it, you can talk to this mysterious person and get the details you need to advance your quest. This is a video game, by the way. His name is Todd. I don't know. Nothing wrong with being named Todd. I just do not feel like Todd is this mysterious name. But, Kochi, the thing I need help with is translations. And while I do understand that you might not be able to help me much with that, however, you might know people who can help me with that. And this actually goes for everyone, but because Kochi has his whole community, I'm still looking for people who knows any of the following languages. There's 5 of them: Arabic, French, Japanese, Polish, Portuguese. Those are the 5 languages. Now, of course, Orimian is studying Polish and Arabic. But it would be the best to have someone, and there's probably people, I've seen a few people studying Japanese and stuff, but best would be if it's a native speaker of the language who can then also pull from references from their country, as well as, for example, being able to make puns, funny puns, as well as lewd puns are fine too. I mean, the witch is called Hex Appeal, which of course is a reference to sex appeal. Do I have any more naughty ones here? I don't think. I mean, double abundant thunder. How do you save that even? I guess that's that, really. I guess the ones is so many naughty ones in English. There might be in other languages, I don't really know them exactly. I feel like if you have to ask, then probably not. Yeah, if you ask, am I cool? You're not cool. I'm just a misguided bun, yes. But, Kochi, you're cute. The name Todd reminds me of Beavis and Butthead, and does that remind you of cool and mysterious people? Would you say that Beavis and Butthead, or anyone other character in that, are cool and mysterious? I haven't seen anything of that, by the way, so I don't actually know. Todd is cool. Okay. I mean, yeah. I could see Todd being cool. That I can go with. Not so mysterious, but cool. How so? We got a Beavis and Butthead expert here. Nice. It's being silly now. I just like the idea of us being in a room and Coach just like we told him mention, and Coach just says like, the name Todd reminds me of Beavis and Butthead, and then Orimi walks forward, brings out a chair and sits down on it, and how so? I don't really. I'm weird visually. Maybe even have it turned the wrong way around so you can sit like, you know. That should be a drawing of Pon with that chair. like this. And then long legs. I don't think she should say that's good. That you're not a good girl if you kiss a girl. Sounds a bit homophobic. Anyway, although you could also say that, well, it's technical reference though that. No, it's kind of sounds homophobic. You're allowed to kiss as many girls as you want, regardless of your gender identity. There we go. She's wearing her boy shorts here, by the way. She's not naked. So I would probably like this as a drawing. Obviously, it would be full stool chair. Okay. How so? I'm not sure if I can think of many native speakers that I talk to right now. You're talking to me and I'm a native speaker. Outside of old faces, I'd have to message out of the blue. I can post a clip on Pon channel. Yeah, feel free to do that. I tagged you, Orimion. Omirion. Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah, it's cool. I kissed a bull and I liked it. I kept thinking Todd Anderson instead of Tom Anderson. Tom Anderson. Tell you what. Do you like this drawing? Cold? Cold, do you like this drawing? Cool. I love this Pon drawing. Good post. Do you want? Should I make this a full drawing? Let's make this a full drawing then. Let's save this one, and I might make it in 3 years. Let's save it as Pon on chair. There we go. And I still have to finish that one at some point. do. It's my favorite Pon drawing of all time. Really? It's just a boring sketch. Your magnum opus. I think you're making fun of me now. It's like my coachy butt pick when I'm sitting in the chair. Wait. I mean, what? Wait, what? I want to see that. I thought it was going to refer to the drawing I made of your butt. Because it was basically just a drawing of your butt. I mean, there was a bit of like a hair on your head, and there was some kind of arms, and perhaps there was even a bookcase in the picture. But I mean, it was like at least 80% butt. Very cute. What? Ali, yeah, I'm glad you like that, Cold. I thought you would like it. And I assume nothing of that I just said was quote-worthy. I don't even remember what I said. And see, I didn't quote it. Because I let someone else quote it and no one quoted any of that. See, this is why I have to quote it myself. Do you understand now? Well, there's one where I'm sitting on the chair in the same pose as you, but you get a back angle. Oh, that's boring. Although it shows your back, right? Wait, are you clothed on it or not? Because that does change a lot of things. But and then you decide what coaches to wear, or not wear. I'm not clothed. Oh. So what you're saying is that you have a drawing of Kochi sitting with his big butt on a chair completely in the nude. And you haven't shared it with me? Well, it's kind of a bit torn here, isn't it? Maybe it's meant to work as a smear frame. Do. And then I can make this one shorter. It's still a bit on the long side, but it's in my Discord. I'm sure you saw it before. Yeah, it's based on a picture I drew too. Wait. Oh, someone sent me do. So well, let's see here. I was going to go to Coach's server, of course. Wait, where is it posted, you said? Somewhere on Discord. Okay. Who made it? Oh, you're not supposed to look. I'm going to look. I assume it's in Kochi art. That's actually very convenient. They actually have such a channel. Oh, there's a nice picture of Kochi in water. It's a cute one. It's water is flowing upwards. Oh my, I think I've seen that one. Oh yeah. It's Prisma drew it, which someone made a drawing. I was saying you, but I'm not sure actually you, but someone made a drawing of Kochi sitting on a chair, and Prisma made a more accurate version with a properly sized butt. Yeah, it's a good one. What do people say about it? You say it's Kochi sketches, so I assume you made a sketch. Oh. And there are some interesting comments such as, "That's beautiful," and "Where's that other hand?" Yeah, it's a beautiful one. You should share it on my server. You should maybe ask Prisma if you're. I mean, it's a rolling few. You can share it. You can share it in your art section because it's not you who made it, as far as I understood. You can still post it in your art because if it's an artwork made for you, it's also allowed. Because it's your art in the sense of it was made for you. I think people on my server who are not on your... I wonder... I would assume everyone on my server who are interested in you are on your server, but maybe that will make people more interested in you. That's an opportunity to get more popular. And Prisma does do beautiful art. I think just for the beautiful art Prisma did, that it should be appreciated more. And there is a lot to appreciate. And during the early days, oh my, it's kind of so weird when you say the early days. What were the early days of coaching like? Please let me know what the early days of coaching was like. I can let you know what the early days of Pon was like. Well, after one of your drawings, oh look, no pervert thoughts. I didn't have a pervert thoughts. I was going to make a joke about that, but I couldn't. The person who drew the original one was me, yeah. So you made a sketch. Yeah, you wrote it in one of your comments, yeah. My response was good too. No, yeah, someone else had to go and look for your response. They'll be interested only in my butt. I mean, you're like 60% butt. What else is there to love about you? And people who didn't know you before I posted my drawing of you, and to be fair, I posted my drawing of you on my art pages everywhere in my art galleries. So where there's a lot of people who don't know you, their first introduction to you is your butt. So if they were to, because I also post a link to my streams, but I'm not sure if anyone follows. I think I have like one person go through that and actually watch me stream. But if they don't if someone do decide to go through and then like, oh, Kochi, oh, you're the one with the big butt. I remember. That would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? And then let's see. My first month of streaming was mostly Mahjong, as I was supposed to be a Mahjong streamer. That is very interesting. Why did he make that decision? Why did he make that decision? No, actually, why did he make that decision? And I felt really anxious streaming back then. What else is there to love about you? Ouch. No, I mean, there's a lot to love about you. I mean, it's meaning that the butt is so much, is like, you have a like, I mean, like, I love you a lot. But I mean, the butt is the butt. You're more than the butt. I mean, not much more. No, there's a lot to you. Is that safe? I mean, it's fun. It was fun, okay? I meant this as a joke. Yes, that's all I am, a joke. You know I like you. I mean, I did draw a picture of you from the front. With no underwear on. And the skirt floating up, but still. Still. I wouldn't draw you if I didn't like your character. And you. That's why I'm not drawing certain people. I wish I've drawn at one person, I haven't. Whatever. Richie. The Richie Bunny King. Do you play Toonils? I played a little bit when I played through Clubhouse games, but I'd be rusty now. Okay, let's see. Here comes the story. Get your popcorn. Oh, of course, Cole got a move. Cole often gets a move. I don't know why. Get your popcorn. We're going to read a story from Kochi. The long story short. I wanted a long story. I read 4 words and I'm already disappointed by this story. And it was the word short of it is Prisma kept pressuring me that I should try streaming. Oh, so you know Prisma for a long time. That's why you had the that's why the coach drawing was a long time ago drawing, even before you started streaming. Because it was a coach before you started streaming. I only know you since you're streaming. And I joined another streamer named Aris, who was motivation for me, or Aris, too. Plus, Mahong was my deep passion for a big, where I'd study Mahong every day and enter tournaments and all, long story short. Ooh, we got a professional Mahong player here. Mahong. Mahjong. I don't know, I don't speak Chinese. I don't know if it's a Chinese game or not. There was a lot of factors. What? Yeah, the deep lore. What? Yeah, because he said it was a short story. There isn't much story of Pon before Pon started streaming. Because I wasn't really Pon before I started streaming. I kind of moved over to Pon the Persona. As in Pon before I started streaming. But it wasn't really anything I leaned into until I started streaming. And I started streaming. Boom. Well, I started I found someone who I was in the Spire community. Well, I can go back and back and back. So I was in the Spire modding community because I decided to play the Spire game, and then I decided to mod the game for some bizarre reason because I usually don't mod the game. But someone had made the Ember mod so you can play as the Pink Dragon Ember instead of Spire, which I liked, but I didn't like how the mod looked. And for some weird reason, I took the ambition to modify that mod. So I found the community and I found the person who created the original mod, got permission and everything, and made an updated version of the mod. You can tell the difference between which is in screenshots if it's my mod or the original mod. Aside from it just looking better. But the biggest clue is the eyes. The purple eyes, which is Spire eyes, is the original mod. So the original mod isn't even using correct eyes. My mod is using the blue eyes. So I changed it to the correct eyes. The original creator made a mod in like a week. So I understand the limitations of it. I spent much longer improving it than that. And I improved it so much more since that, but I haven't published the updated version. But the updated version is so much better. Anyway, then for some reason I decided to make a Pon into the game. It was during that short time I was Pon before I started streaming. And then and then someone, a specific person, streamer, decided to use the Pon mod and played with the mod. Yeah. Which was, and posted those VODs online. And then I stumbled upon them early 2023. And then I decided, for some weird reason, to go to the streamer to see what the streamer is up to now. And I also yeah, told who I was. I had a Pon the Bon Bon username on Twitch, just like how I haven't watched Twitch prior to that too, which is also a big thing. So I watched some of the streams provided by said streamer. That was also how I met Watermoney, who is one of the people who followed me before I started streaming. Then I don't know which order everything went in. I had a boyfriend at the time who is not my current boyfriend, because that boyfriend left me without saying a word. But I got a much better boyfriend now, who I have known for way too long. We've not been together for long, but we've known each other for forever. And but anyway, that person at the time encouraged me, or like I was more like, I don't, because I was kind of living alone at the time, trying to run my own, living on my own and stuff, and that didn't really work out for me. So I tried to like, let's do some streaming, because that sounds like a fun thing to do. So I started streaming, and then and that's where I am now. And boom. And not saying, and I would likely not have started streaming if I didn't make the mod. Decided to even be so ambitious to make updated the previous mod. If that person didn't even make that mod in the first place, if I decided to not even play Spyro remake at all, if that person decides to actually mod the game when they was going to stream the game, because I've seen most people play the games unmodded, if that person also didn't decide to post those VODs, because this person does not post VODs normally, but decided to post these VODs out of all VODs. If I didn't have a boyfriend at the time, because I kind of didn't have a boyfriend at the time, I kind of met that person quite recently at the time, and that person was quite encouraging and a really nice person, except for the part that I got dumped without saying a word. That was not a great thing. And I'm also more confused and upset about that whole thing as well. So but one thing for sure, that relationship I had with that person is a proof of me being that the relationship I have with my current boyfriend, that my current boyfriend can be really sure that I'm not going to let him go. Because the thing is that previous boyfriend had dumped me prior and tried to cut contact with me, but I got contact back and got to get back together with him because I didn't want to leave him. And then there was like another moment where he wanted to leave me, but I didn't want that. And then also we tried to like, because we had some situation where we couldn't, like, it felt like we didn't have like a strong relationship, and felt like I had a stronger relationship with who my current boyfriend is, who you might know who it is. I'm not sure why I'm always saying it like you wouldn't know who it is. But I'm continuing with that. so we kind of broke up over that, but I couldn't continue with that, so I had to got back to my previous boyfriend again. So I couldn't. But eventually he actually did dump me, which it wasn't a relationship that was holding anyway. And at that point, because he actually did fully got contact with me and I was unable to get back to him, that was where it actually ended for real. And then I went with my new boyfriend. And that's what I mean by, because I couldn't even let such a terrible relationship go, I'm definitely not letting a good relationship go. And when people say that you should get out of toxic relationship, it's hard. It wasn't really toxic anyway, aside from getting dumped though, of course. But I wasn't like, it wasn't toxic aside from, it's not like any other I've heard of other toxic relationships. Not saying any rude stuff or mistreating me in any way. Gives me a perspective too about on things too. Yeah, that's something you might know about, not know about. Pun Pun. So yeah, isn't that cool? I guess that's not so cool. I guess that's the sad part about Pun Pun. But I'm feeling okay. I mean, there's moments I'm like, I'm still curious. I still don't know. I mean, sure, it makes sense that he left me because our relationship was quite unstable to begin with. So I can understand like that, but I'm not. But what I don't understand is why at that moment. Why specifically then is what confuses me. What's changed at that very moment? He was also jealous of me talking, not specifically talking, but being like flirty with other people in chat. Which I'm definitely am. It's just who I am, okay? And some people here will certainly recognize that. I think Remy is not jealous about that as far as he has told me. I hope Remy is not, I won't say Remy. Oh no, I'm saying his name. He's not jealous. As far as I know, he isn't. And I hope he isn't. As I said before, I feel like our relationship is strong enough and we both feel secure in our relationship that there is no worry about. And someone's like, what? That's your boyfriend? I didn't know that. Oh well. The beans has been spilled. Even though it hasn't been a secret anyway. I just don't know why I'm keeping it a secret. There's actually one reason I would keep it a secret. It's that it is a possibility, and I guess that's actually something I would talk about at some point. But I guess I could talk about it now. The thing is, there is a possibility that someone would actually follow me and watch me because they find me or my character and me and my personality attractive. Like an e-girly kind of like sense, and wants to be subscribed and give me money and so on, in hopes to kind of like get good together with me. That would be economically beneficial to me. And therefore this is one of the reasons why, for example, what was it, girl groups, like isn't like the pop girl groups in East Asia are like they're not allowed to talk about their actual boyfriends, because one of the selling points is people should think they are as singles, so they can feel like they can get together with them, since that is selling. But it's all marketing. and it's an aspect I've been thinking of. Like, it is a marketing point of thing. I would not, however, I would never lie. If someone asked me if I have a boyfriend or a partner, I would say yes. But I guess to be fair, I'm not actually like, it's not like I'm mentioning that I have a boyfriend in every stream. So I guess the way I'm doing it currently is fine. Just thoughts I had. I'm open for opinions. They were cool. Who's cool? Who are you referring to? I mentioned a lot of people there. I don't know who you're referring to. Niels didn't even exist when I started streaming. Yeah. Evil Ponpon did not exist when I started streaming. Or Feral Ponpon. Or Stephanie. Or Scarlet. Or Coco and Choco. Who else have I created? These two characters. I'm creating them. I'm actually making them at this very moment. I was always coachy. I was tempted. Yeah, I changed. I became Ponpon before I started streaming, and then I started streaming as Ponpon. Another factor was also in the summer 2022. I think I accepted myself as a trans woman. I still had feelings before that, but that's when I accepted myself as it. So when I started streaming, I presented myself as woman. I didn't specify if I was trans or cis. I was just a woman. And then eventually I decided, like, let's just reveal that I'm actually a trans woman. Some people knew that. They can tell from certain aspects, like how I sound and things. Other people were like, yeah, I knew it because you said that you've changed your name. Oh yeah, only trans people change their names. What? I come from a family where a lot of people have changed their names. So that's just normal for me. Like half the family have changed their name or something like that. I haven't counted. A lot of people have changed their names in my family. None of them are trans as far as I know. So it's just normal to me to change your name. But I've seen like in the memes and such that people treat changing your name as a thing only trans people do. Well, everyone can do it. I guess not everyone can. In the past in Sweden, you had a right to one legal name change. They removed that for this stupid reason. Having that was a free name change, I meant to say. In Sweden, you have one free name change. But otherwise you have to pay administration fees. It's not expensive to change your name, but you still have to pay for it. I don't know if that was a good thing to have one free name change, because that is your choice to change the name to something you want, instead of using the name your parents gave you. It's also beneficial if you're trans, but it's also beneficial for non-trans people, because they might not just like the name they were given from their parents, and that way they can change it without having to pay for it. Because they didn't choose their name, and they should be able to have one choice to choose their name without paying for it. But that only applies to your first names. Or forenames, such as if you want to take the cognate from, or calc it from Swedish, and then after names. Or names and after names. Anyway, I should continue reading Coach's comment. Because, yeah, and then there's some people like, oh, I didn't know you were trans. Well, I guess that too. but just and I had been behind a different persona, but just ended being my bond. I've been for many years. In some ways, it's probably better off. I went with Kochi, as I think alternatively I'd probably not be so open about myself, avoiding talking to other streamers on my main Discord or something. Here's the thing. I have used another username on the internet a lot. I'm going to hide that past. I'm not going to talk about that. I've used different usernames for different aspects, areas, for different things. But I also have my main username that I went with in the past. I'm leaving all that behind me. That was my past self. I'm not bringing any of that up. Got a lot of trouble with it too. Made some enemies. Was a bit too controversial, I guess. That's why I want to leave it behind me. At least you're happier now. Yeah, I'm happier now. You jealous of what? Jealous of me flirting with other chatters? But yeah, you're not jealous of it. Beans! You're still pushing? Pushing what? I'm not pushing anything. I meant to the original streamer you found streaming with your mode. Are they cool? Cool in what sense? When I got to know them, they were cool. Oh no. I'm not sure how much they've been streaming, but I've had a bit of an issue with their attitude. Because I'm not allowed. I have 66,666 points on channel points. That's crazy. Because like I'm not allowed. Like sometimes I make jokes and point things out, but that person does not like it. That person was also like, "Oh, the redeems are there to be used, and it's nice to see people combining different redeems because that person had a bunch of effects." So one day, 6 to 7 hour stream. Yes, it's currently on the sixth hour, or on the 7th hour actually. Hello, literally paint. Thank you for your first message. Interesting first message. By the way, literally paint. Be mindful that, in case you're not aware of it, that some streamers, I don't have a problem with it. I have at the time I can see I've gone for 6 hours and 8 minutes, but there are streamers who do not want to know how long they've been going for. So do be mindful of that. Although you might read the rules and see and pay attention to when it says that. I just want to, because you wrote your first message, and that was your first message. Just wanted to say that. But yeah, anyway, so yeah. So one day I showed up, I did a combination of 2 redeems. 2 first redeems for day, and I didn't even do further redeems, and the person complained that I was spamming the redeems. No one else had done any redeems recently either. Well, at least as I could tell. And like, so the person has a very, like a low tolerance or something, very easily and the person doesn't even like the person was playing a game, and this game was silly enough that it was like an indoors game, important, and you had a wristwatch in the 12-hour format, which is important here. I'm not sure it was digital even. So you couldn't tell if it's the before or after noon on that clock, because you're indoors with closed, like fully closed. You don't know which half of the day it is. But your mission, you have some points where you have to do at certain hours. So knowing which half of the day it is important. That's not an aspect, like, this isn't an aspect of the game that is trying to create. That's more as an oversight. So of course, me being Pon, I had to comment on that. That this is like why I constantly use and prefer using the 24-hour format constantly, because it avoids any form of ambiguity, which the person didn't like me commenting on. So yeah, I haven't. Plus, they are streaming when I'm sleeping too, so it makes me hard to watch the streams in the first place. So yeah, person is very easily upset about things. As I play, it's also silly things too. Like first I was playing a puzzle game and like there was a thing the puzzle game did, and I comment on that. I actually, after they solve it, I pointed out that element that they had in that puzzle is a very clever thing they did. Which the person in a more complaining tone is saying that they already solved the puzzle, so I don't need to comment on it or something. I commented on it after you solved it because I didn't want to comment on the puzzle you're trying to solve. Intentionally. So yeah. I haven't seen him streaming for a while now. They didn't have many viewers, and well, that's where I started though. But I could also understand that if that's like, I guess, like, if you're not going to say any kind of things like that, you could still say things. Obviously, you can say like, oh, I had a lovely day today. I did these things. Like, you can have like small talk like that, I guess. But it gets so dry. There's no substance. But any substance I try to add is just gets met with disgust. Oh well, it's unfortunate that it's like that. Locklab, very funny, very fun. Oh yeah, you wanted the 6-7 meme. I'm not seen the 6-7 meme. I have barely seen it anywhere. Obviously, because I also have not looked into it anything, so I don't know where it comes from or anything. And it's some people are like, it doesn't come up anywhere. Even if 6-7 comes up as a thing, it's like, no one points it out. I forget, I forget that it's a thing that people are for some reason worked up about. That's how meaningless that one is. But apparently it means a lot to some people, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe on some places people are spamming that constantly. I'm not in such places. I'm in places where people are mature. What more did you say? I didn't know some got annoyed by that. Some people get annoyed by a lot of things. Some people are easily annoyed by other people. And there was another, there's another and also there was... It's also a moment, I've been improving my... Trying to find, how I can... I prefer being with on streams where I'm allowed to be a bit more spicy in my commentary. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I mean, saying that I prefer the 24-hour format because you can always tell what time of day it is. That is my spicy commentary. So yeah. Now there are some people I stopped watching because I just get annoyed by them. It's a shame because there are some people I watched for so long and got along well with. And even but everything has fallen apart since so and I just don't care anymore. Because I don't feel like I get the same I was gonna say respect. I don't know if that's what I should go with. A certain someone who I can spill some more beans. A certain someone who says things that is wrong, point out how it's wrong, and they're taken like because that's a thing I do, unfortunately. But if someone says something wrong, absolutely wrong, I have to like, no, that is wrong. You're spreading misinformation. And yeah, people get upset about that. I mean, I almost get upset by that. I need to improve myself. Someone's like, in Korea, they spoke Chinese until one of the leaders invented the Korean language and had everyone learn it. And no, that's not what happened. No, it's absolutely what happened. Oh no. No, I couldn't. And when a person, and also when a person says nonsense, and I point out that doesn't even make sense, like, and then they call, and then I have some spicy. I really know some about this. I would know who it is if I give all this. If I give more spicy information. Really noted. Oh, jealous of one eye. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. I know you. I know you're not yellow. Sorry, man. I know you're cool. You're amazing. That's why I love you more than anyone. I might say I love Kochi. And I love 2K bucks, and I love cold snow. Well, normally it's called cold. Nothing compares to Remin. It's been the 6th ad break. Knocks on watch. That should have been 7th ad break. Since the first ad break is on 0. The second ad break is on 1. That was the 7th ad break on 2. Kochi 676767. Pon soon to regret your words. Okay, wait. Why do you have always write Kochi in those? But fine. Kochi 676767. No, okay, there we go. Turns in the crowd is not funny. I'm a blob. Of course I can look like Kratos. Is that what language does that mean come from? I thought you were a jukebox. No. That's a common misconception. Tukebox is actually a dookie box. Also known as a toilet. Have you checked the Discord? Oh, okay, I see now. You could have known. I forgot to put that on it. You look like a madness character. Yeah, that was kind of like I was thinking, or like Homestuck. No, not Homestuck. No, No, what was I thinking about? I got the wrong franchise. I need to look at your character. And madness character, yes, yes. What was the other one? What did I say that for? What's the Oh, no. Cyanide and Happiness. That was the one I was thinking about. There we go. No, not Raymond. Cyanide and Happiness. But they have legs. I mean, you could be a Cyanide and Happiness character, one that is wearing a dress. Although I don't think it really looks like that though. But I don't even get the 6-7 joke myself. I don't think there is even a joke. I think some people just got stuck on some digits and just repeated, and that's the joke. That's how a lot of jokes are. That's the common, as they call it, brain rot of the internet. It's been ongoing since the beginning of the internet, kinda-ish. And it keeps on going today. People are saying like, oh, I don't get this skibidi toilet thing. No, that's just old. That's just old internet brain rot from back in the day. That's the what do you call that? Garry's Mod brain rot from back in the day. Just I was gonna say a modern version. It's not a modern version. It's the same brain rot from back in the day. Same thing. Same thing, same medium, same everything. But people are just matured. Probably realize that it is actual brain rot. Just don't have the same nostalgia for it as the other stuff. And the same thing with the memes, like 6-7. How is it different from other memes where people just make up random words or words that are there's probably, I can't think of any now, but someone could probably find a meme that was a meme for a while. Even though it's completely meaningless. Something tells me I forgot a line. Yeah, I forgot these lines. Oops. This song contains the lyrics 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now translated. 5, 6, 7, 8. Funny that this song will play now. Pon saying controversial stuff. Kinda, not really. I don't understand the idea of brain rot. Even in the early 2000s, I didn't enjoy brain rot. Me neither. So therefore, like, it's the same thing now as in the past. It's always been the same thing. I never got it. It's the random is not funny. Random does not equal funny. There needs to be some kind of logic behind it. And yeah. Brain was invented in the early days of the internet. Gen Z just named it. Yeah, that's also also a thing. Yeah, because they named it based on the material that was created after their interest in it. Because they do not recognize their own brain rot as brain rot. They only call it brain rot because it's beyond their brain art. Whoa, plushies. There we go, and the only thing now I need to have is the color this. I don't think the wavy pattern will be visible anymore. This dress is kind of moving down. I guess. Oh no, I have more things to do, I realized. I haven't done the stars. And stuff. Oh, I have more to do. I thought that was done. I could start coloring. Well, let's do more then. Should be like whoop, 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 whoop. Do, 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 do. Got on the moon, congratulations. For real, coach, she's busting no cap, my skewedy viewers. The thing is, when people say like that's how people speak nowadays, do people really speak like that nowadays? I don't think I've seen a single person. I said, I'm probably interacting more with in Swedish we call them ripe. A ripe person. And what's basically grown up people. Mature, that's the English word. The Swedish word for mature is ripe, by the way. But why, I mean, a mature person or a ripe fruit, same thing really, isn't it? Why separate them? You use the same word for both. Anyway, but I'm still like reading random comments on random posts in places, and I don't see those. Maybe they aren't getting popular because of their stuff. But still, that means that it's not really showing up anyway, which is kind of like my point. So so the only people I see use that kind of terminology are the people who make fun of it. But I don't see anyone actually genuinely using it. It's kind of like the people who try to advocate for the banning of stuff, who argues like, oh, they're saying this stuff and they're doing this stuff, and like no one actually does that. This is stuff you made up. Well, it's probably not made up. They probably found some person somewhere who actually did use it, and then decided that everyone in that group is using it. And I think that's the thing here too. I don't believe anyone genuinely is using those terms. It's just there was some person at some point who did it, and now now it's considered that a thing that a lot of people are doing when no one is. Got another move. All I know about 6-7 is that it comes from the song Doot Doot Skrilla, and a kid just happened to yell 6-7 in front of a camera and became famous of that. 6-7 is a kind of clip farming. What do I know about clip farming? I don't. This is why people yell 6-7 every time 6-7 appears. Yeah, it's not really much different from other words that have created like like I don't, for example, now I can think of like certainly there are certainly been other cases. Yeah, like there's been the person eating the microphone, the person who there's been a bunch of like interviews and people like photobombing news reports, and some of those have become kind of memes. But it's just random words. Then again, and there was certainly people who just, it's just that those words might not show up as often as 6-7 might. But and it was certainly, I can highly assume that people were clip farming using those terms as well. But just like how but sure, I didn't really see people post comments with just those words, but I don't see people post comments with just 6-9 in them either. So I think people are just making a bigger deal out of it than it is. Hell, I don't know about 6-7. Liar, a true nephew. Rap sounds so wrong. How does it sound wrong? I should take a quick nap before work. And yeah, what do you mean you go to bed? It's time for you. I should stop streaming. Good night, Remian. I'll write to you after stream. Not my problem, friends. Gives me 70 minutes to listen about the history of 6-7. Well, I'll say I see it in small doses, like no cap. Or for real. I think, yeah. I think for real. I think I've seen the for real. In like screenshot. Thank you for following me, literally paint. In screenshots of Twitter posts. No cap, I might have seen, but that's like really rare. That sounds something like that, which I would see that. What is it? I'm not in the circles that use those terms, so that certainly is why. But I'm also not in circles that use FR, which I understand stands for real. That's, I don't see it in anything anyway. I only see the screenshots from conversation I'm not part of, but I don't think I've seen it from anyone who actually uses it. I'm glad to have started this conversation. Sure. It's an interesting. I mean, I don't have anything else to talk about. Literally paint. I'm planning on quitting anyway. Ending for the day. Coach is brain rot conference. Think about how good really nice of your cap. I'm not brain rotted. I'm a Sigma bun. Oh, I see Sigma a lot too. I want to see. No, I don't see Sigma. I want to see it in jokes. A lot of these are just. I only see these when people are making fun of it. That's the most cases I see them. I think for real, and no cap are the ones I actually have seen in like screenshotted conversation. Not any conversation I've had the opportunity to be part of. Not that I would be part of it. So yeah. So it's certainly used from time to time, and I think it's overblown. I think some people phrase that as. It's not as a big thing as people make it to be. Unless, of course, they are in some community where they have like one person who constantly posts stuff about that very thing. Certainly, I could imagine that someone and they might be in some kind of like a group with like a lot of minors in it who are very mature when it comes to their, or unripe when it comes to their jokes, and do a lot of boring spam messages like that. But the thing is, like, if there is some form of group that have this kind of behavior, I'm not interested in being part of it. I think that is what's going on. I think I'm staying away from immature people. I should look at the Podbar reference. And then I should I need to go get something to eat. Okay, I probably just put the white here, not care too much about that. But everyone's experience differs. Insert coach is there here, keeps noting. Not a single adult says for real. I assume they would. I mean, they might write out the full term for real. But I still believe someone use it. I mean, I feel like for real has a meaning behind it. It means for real, right? Do I have to look that up? FR Urban Dictionary. Let's go. For real. Let's see. No bullshit. You really for real at that point. It ain't no plane this time. Sounds I don't really see this kind of. Yeah, it just means for real and not bullshit. It seems like a very literal meaning behind the text. But if you take like Sigma, or what more did you say? I have to scroll here. Bussin, and also definitely skibidi. Those doesn't really mean anything. Although you did good. You really want me to say that thing, by the way? I didn't say it. I missed that. That was a redeem, by the way. I can say it for you if you want to. I feel like those aren't really words, and people writing FR for real is the same thing as people write BS for bullshit and MF for motherfucker. Those are the words Pon could think of. Or typing IRL for in real life. That's a safe for work one. But it's not different like that. Just mean for real. I'm for real about this. I can show you I'm telling the truth about this. I don't know. I just feel like that one is innocent compared to Red. I'm not really using it for real. But I feel like that one is innocent, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think it belongs together with the other ones. It gets a bad rep. Reputation, of course. I can't say rep because those are shortening. That's not allowed here. It's and also Reese. I'm not really sure if I've seen people actually use that one. Okay, let's see the top ones. I'm not going to use anymore because try to select 4 of them, not 5 of them. Bloody. Or 6, 7. Yeah, 6, 7, yes. Only kids says Sigma. I feel like Sigma feels like one part of the Sigma Omega Alpha male kind of thing. I don't know how. That's what I think of. Which is a totally immature thing to do as well. I'm dissing kids and I don't regret nothing. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm getting from this. It's just children being children before they grow up. And stop being silly children. I'm in term to think, what kind of, I don't know. What kind of terms were used like 10 years ago that adults were like complaining about? What's constantly happened? Even if it wasn't called brain rot at the time. I'm mature? Well, considering your attitude towards the terms we discussed before, yes. Not anymore. Not tired, so I'm saying weird stuff. It's fine. Contemplate this one on the tree of woe. Takes the tree of woe and bonks myself. Who is buzzing into it? That's what. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've ever seen buzzing being used. Aside from when people complain about it. Like who says that? F for motherfucker. Well, thank you for saving that one. I'm so tired. I think it's funny. I mean, you could do BS for bullshit as well if you want to add that one. Sigma is a Greek letter. Yeah, Omega and Alpha are also Greek letters. I don't know where it came from. It's if I understood it correctly. Here comes Pompon's hot take. Take a deep breath. So there is this attitude of alpha males being better than beta males from this whole thing, and there's some people being working making a big deal of it, and calling themselves alpha males and all that stuff, because they're hip and cool. Which, do anyone say hip, by the way? That's a hip word, right? Yeah, I mean, hip and cool are also these brain rot terms that he used that adults didn't use, that adults find terrible, and kids are so immature. I don't know, but I can only assume. But anyway. No, but don't say those things. You can't conflate those terms with... I don't even know what I was speaking about. Yes, the alpha male. But the thing is, well, yeah, being an alpha male is just is an excuse for being an asshole. And they do things like think they can get any ladies they want. And like, I wouldn't be attracted to any of those people. Although they wouldn't be attracted to me either, because alpha males are most likely transphobic as well, so... they just ooze a transphobic vibe from them. So... yeah. So, and then it just has evolved beyond alpha male, because some people want to be better than alpha males. So they go to sigma males. And omega, I think omega male came before, and then sigma male showed up. But if you use pure logic, if alpha male is at the top of the hierarchy, as an omega male is at the bottom of the hierarchy. But no, it's kind of loops around or something, or whatever. So, yeah. There we go. I should probably fill this one and be happy. So yeah, that's why I've explored. Haven't explored it. I can't explore it. I would die from cringe. Secondhand embarrassment. But also cringe is another one of those terms. You say secondhand embarrassment like an adult. But let's see. What was? I'm losing track so easily. But yeah, they're like those people, and they're terrible people. I should fill these now. Any other interesting stuff going on? So we'll fill this part with white. Wait, I need to add the dress there. Do 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 do. Let's see. Skibidi, I know that came from that Turkish guy dancing. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. I don't know what I'm trying to read what you wrote there. Never heard of it. Yeah, it sounds like. Yeah, I think skibidi has been used as a scat word. Don't confuse that with other types of scat, by the way. In scat music, doesn't Scatman John use skibidi as well? You could probably find that in one of the songs. Thank you for making me coachy colored. 2 mates, yeah, 2 mates, 2 coaches. We're multiplying. Coachy mitosis. Actually, technically, you're not multiplying, you're infecting other, you're a virus. You're turning other people into coaches. Now this is funny. Hierarchy. Why would secondhand embarrassment be a quote? What are you doing? Jukebox, what are these quotes? Secondhand embarrassment is just a phrase. They're just random terms at this point, yeah. I'm tired, not my problem. Everything is funny. Thank you for the transfers, by the way. Just saying secondhand embarrassment is not quote-worthy. You quoting secondhand embarrassment is quote-worthy. On the Jukebox quotes, that is. Yeah, I need to fix that. So anyway, you confused me. I'm not upset, I'm just confused. By the way, yes, there is no confusion. Which I am confused. Is that how it looks? It looks very messy. Yeah, I'm missing a line. I'm missing 2 lines. Fun pawn. Of course it doesn't make sense when you're missing lines. So, are you sure you aren't drunk? Don't confuse that with the other types of scat. See, that's a quote worth saving. You're infecting people into coaches. That's a quote worth saving. Although coaches will not be found when you're searching coachy. Yes, you're aware of that. Headpads. A broken evidence. Hello, you got a pineapple. I'm tempted to eat sugar. Why? Go for it. I wouldn't recommend it, but do I do it, chat? No. Well, you're not currently doing it based on what you wrote, but or at the time you wrote that. I would not recommend eating just pure sugar. I recommend not even using sugar. In this, I'm not put sugar in any of the foods I have made. At least I haven't, because I'm making food with other people too. And I mean, what suggested like add sugar to it? No, I'm not going to. It's going to taste sweeter. Well, you can add some sugar onto your food after it's done then. If you want that. If you want that. Oh yeah, I need to draw the lines here. Where should it go? It will be like... She's very big, by the way, if her whole body is like this. But isn't that what the original looks like? I mean, her whole body is wide. Maybe I'll keep it just for, because it might add to the frame smear. Boop, boop, boop. Missed a finger. And then I just need the face and stuff. So the nose. Oh, I didn't do the teeth. Tooth. Let's erase a tiny bit of this. Let's erase a tiny bit of this. Okay, maybe I even tiny bit. Let's see. I have a sweet car craving. I do too, and that's a problem I have. I'm trying to refrain from eating sugary stuff, but don't eat pure sugar. At least get something with sugar in it, so you actually get more non-sugar. Like, for example, biscuits. Biscuits probably contain some sugar in it, and that satisfies my sweet car cravings. But I'm not eating like 100% pure sugar, which is better, which is healthier in that sense. And also like a bunch of wheat and stuff in it, so it's probably healthier. Still not healthy, but it still satisfies my sweet cravings. Cravings. It's going to be carvings if you're having too much sweet cravings by an influence. I know. Oh heck! I come here and I'm immediately flashed with Ponpon's butts. Oh, what a welcome! You like this artwork? Moody, do you recognize where this is from? If I add the background, do you recognize this? Me hoping you say, yeah, it's that thing. What's the worst thing that could happen? Your teeth rot. And Coach is already having perfect teeth, so don't let them rot. Moody gonna run shallow, Coachy. Moody, Coachy are the best of friends. Do you chat on Discord, like DMs and stuff? I'm a bit snoopy. I'd make you eat canned pineapple. The one with the pineapple juice doesn't burn your mouth like raw pineapple. I've done that. Well, I put it on a burger, but still, this has a lot of sugar. This drawing, I saw the reference already. Oh, darn it! Is it matching? It's that cute cat girl gif. You like it, right? I said Curchy Bunny gifs sometimes, but he doesn't like it. What? Well, I guess time to end the stream then, because I have someone to talk to. I might not say much about the bunny gifts you sent me, but it's so cute. It's very matching. I love this pic. Nice, nice. Hey, I do love it. He said to me, stop sending me bunnies. I would never say that to you. That's one thing you can be sure about from me. I would never say that. Okay, actually don't need that one. Since I'm using these. Also, Moody, I made a drawing, another drawing. Look at this one. Very messy at the moment. You're spreading lies. I'm just lurking now as you're all mean. I haven't been mean to you, Kochi. Oh, a comic! Yeah. I hope I can. I will add text. I will add dialogue to what the one character is saying. I will add the conversation on the phone. So hopefully I can make everything make sense. And then I have fun spreading your legs. That's adorable. Why are you crying? It's useless. I'm eating corn on the cob. Oh. What's a cob? Oh, I have to look that up. And why are you eating corn on it? Is the corn or you on the cob? Uncertain origin. Okay. A clipping of cob nut. Oh, that sounds interesting. A nut of a common hazel. Hazelnut. Is hazelnut a cob nut? Oh, the Kentish cob nut is a type of hazelnut that is a cob nut. A game played by children with nuts. What kind of nuts? Well, apparently means a lot of things. Oh, it's a horse with short body and short legs. That's perfect for Kochi. I mean, after Kochi sits on a horse, it certainly will have short body and short legs. I have such delay. I see when the codes before. See the codes before Pump say. If you're having a delay, pause and unpause the video, and that should fix it for you. It's the corn before Kochi does. The cob is the thing. The corn comes in the cylinder thing. This. Oh. Oh yeah, that might actually be related to the Swedish word. Since the Swedish word is kolv. I've never looked up the word cob before. Apparently it's not listed here. And also they don't know where the English word cob comes from. They do not know where the Swedish word kolv comes from. Interesting, many mysteries. But they seem to be related because both cob and kolv are referring to the cylinder thing of the Mycin Töke. Papa looks so cute in this drawing, not just because of the butt. Her expression is adorable. I mean, it must be because of the paint. I think I should have drawn the ears here, but doesn't matter. I'm just doing a quick animation anyway, so this will do. I still haven't drawn the strap here. I was supposed to. By the way, I will not buy it. By the way, way too expensive. You know how much you have to pay for a way. I'll just do that. I'll able to do. So now we just need to fill it as well. Oop. Looks bad. Okay, let's retry that. Let's do that. Do. It's probably too sick. I would never heard it. I didn't think I would ever have the day when I would have Pon claim something as being too thick. There we go. Took me a few stars to even say that. There we go. I hope I didn't miss anything. I mean, the tail isn't showing, but whatever. This is going to be a cute animation when it's done. How many more frames do I have? Well, I've done 3 at the moment. 3 done. Did 2 today. I'm still calling them frames. They're poses, not frames. I have to do that pose, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's only 5 more frames. 5 poses. 8 poses in total. I didn't say they had like 4 poses, it had 8. So my estimate wasn't that far off. I mean, that was half of what it was, so quite far off. But 8 poses, done with 3 so far. And after doing all 8, yeah. It's gonna be animated. Oh my god, yeah, I'm doing everything. I'm going to do all the poses. I've done like there's this one. And then moves over to this one. And moves over to this one. So yeah, so it's not like the head is changing. Don't mind it. Not perfect. It's my first like hand runner. As I said before, but different people are here now. My tailbone hurts when seeing Pompo in that position. As I said, I should take a photo of myself in this position. See, I forgot about doing that. See? Someone has to remind me. I'll take a photo of myself in this position and then I will post it on the server. What do you say about that? He has a fluffy tail to cushion the fall. That will hurt the tail. That will hurt the tailbone. When will we stop? You're finishing this today? Why is Pon face around on frame 3? I know the face is kind of weird on this frame. But I don't care. It's too much effort. Let's end this stream now. Oh, I'm refund coach's ridiculous request. It will to 2K is like, why Pon just stop streaming? I don't want to watch anymore. Well, if you don't want to watch, you can just leave. So, unfortunately, I seem to have information from Kafki. When Kafki is not unsure if she will be available for tomorrow. So that's why I haven't really updated the schedule either, because things isn't. Why are you lowering your cuteness, Moody? You should have done a +2 instead. Or a +5. That would be funny. You know you can do exclamation point cute. Just check your cuteness value. You don't have to modify it. We stop one Pon feels like she's done for today. I felt I was done for 2 hours ago. I went for 2 hours extra. What was the request? What was the request? I don't know. I will stop streaming now. I thought I wasn't gonna sleep at all this stream. Go to bed now. Night. Okay. I wasn't gonna sleep at all this stream. I thought I wasn't gonna night at all this stream. Lucky Wall. Hi, Pon. I hope you are having a wonderful day. Fun you get to recommend with me. Super cute art. Thank you. I made this artwork on the screen at this moment. And if you do want to have us, because I'm ending the stream now, so if you do want to see some more of my arts, I do get links there to a bunch of different artworks I've made in the past. If you want to see more of what I've done. Because I'm going to read out now. But I really appreciate you stopping by and following and leaving a comment. It does mean a lot to me. And you are a lucky Volp. Volp almost sounds like the Swedish word valp, which means puppy. What was Coach's ridiculous request I mean? Oh. I removed it. Oh, okay. He wanted me to do the do that voice. Eyes off screen now. And he wants like me to say like for real, no cap buzzing and so on. This was being ridiculous. Wonder how long Pon will yap. Oh, who knows? I'm going to find whoever. Well, I'm going to find a rate. It depends on how much you're chatting, of course. Of course. Well, as I should say my farewell to Muritail. Quiero comer tu culo. That's my farewell to Muritail. And now we should raid someone. Supposed to be like the genus Vulpes. Oh! Was that occupied? I'm curious. Or is there a reason why you went with the shortening Vulp instead of Vulpes? But we should rate someone, by the way. Stop. Why? You want me to stop? Okay, I'm going to stop. Let's rate someone. Who do we rate? We have raided. Haven't raided in a while. Maybe we should go there. So how about that? Okay. We could go to Dafshu, who has just started the stream. We'll see how that goes. Dafshu is speaking in my ears. Dafshu is playing Dragon Age, or will be playing Dragon Age Origins. The stream has just started, so it's a bit of pre-japping. But I don't know how long it will be for. It's probably not for too long. So we're gonna go from Pon yapping to Dafshu yapping. So let me start the raid so we don't go on forever. No, don't stop. What did you tell me to stop then? Bean 7, yeah, I'm giving you ideas, aren't you, Ori? Please don't tell me you're gonna look at candies again for an extra hour. Oh, I'm going to. Good idea. We should look at another brand this time. Ain't no way. You include Australia times on your schedule. Oh, are you from Australia? Yes, I include Europe. That's West. Well, it's UCC, not specific, but it's Western Europe at the moment. Central Europe. I included the Western and Eastern part of North America. I rated US. I could rate NA for North America too. I'm not really sure how I write that. It applies to US. It applies to Canada too. It applies to Mexico during winter time. And I also include Australia, where I had to mark the ends of the day or next day. It's kind of tiny. I need to publish this schedule better. It's published on my stream, on my Discord server every week. This is the old schedule, by the way. I was supposed to update it when I got the information from Kafki, but Kafki gives me information late. Anyway, it's just a raid message. Raid message. It's not copying the raid message for me. It broke for me. There we go. Now I can select it. 39 points. That's a lot of points. Too many. 44 points to gold.